Oops. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. This is really loud. There we go. Turn that down a bit. Welcome to the stream. Oops. God, my production quality is all over the place at the moment. Let's change this. There's dust all over the air. There. God. Let's turn the music off. Because again, this is a news and politics stream, and so we don't need no music. Got to keep it objective and well reported. Non-biased, even though I'm super biased. Everyone is. Well, welcome to the stream. If you're here, thank you for being here. We're going to give it a few moments just for people to get into the stream. I need to make a few posts on socials really quick just to promote the stream and say that I'm live. But if you are here, thank you for being here. I'm paying attention to the chat. We have a very busy active stream today. Lots to talk about in the world of politics and the world, honestly. Give me just a second as I make a few quick social posts, and we'll be ready in just a moment. But if you are here, thank you for being here. How was your day? Was it a good day? If you feel like being an active chatter, feel free to comment in the chat how your day was. I'd appreciate that. Okay, copy this, post that. I'm just gonna post that I'm live on a few places: Twitter, Blue Sky, Upscroll. That's new. Anyone on Upscroll? If so, what do you think about it? How do you like it? It looks cool to me. I'm really enjoying seeing Upscrolled getting attention. I'm excited to see if it offers anything new. Right now, I only see like myself and Taylor Lawrence, of all people, on Upscrolled. I don't really see many other people on Upscrolled, but that's fine. I already posted on Instagram today. I don't think I need to post again. We'll leave it at that. Okay? I think we can get started. Pardon me. I have ever so slightly just a little bit of a runny nose, but I think we'll be okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. I didn't even adjust my... I did not adjust the agenda for today. So let's go ahead and adjust the agenda. We have a lot. Like, we have so much to talk about today that I don't think everything's going to make it on the agenda. But I'll put, like, the big headlines on. So I think the big piece of news I want to talk about is Ilhan Omar being assaulted. I didn't really see a lot of the details myself about the context behind that. So we'll learn about that together. There's that. I do want to take a look at the new Alex Pretti video. Kind of just talking about what was happening a week before he was murdered by ICE. I particularly want to talk about Liam Ramos being held in detention. In Texas. And then there's so much more. So much more. So that's what we'll do. Let me resize this. Oops. Oh, dang it. I'm doing a bad job of formatting this. So, kind of like that. It's very poorly very poorly balanced. But that's pretty much the gist of what we're going to get into today. Honestly, I have like, how many stories do I have lined up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 stories lined up. So there's, besides those main 3, there's an additional like 5 that we may get into. I'm going to quickly mute myself so I can just. Thank you for letting me do that. Sorry, it's a little gross, but all right, let's go ahead and get into it. Our current topic is going to be Ilhan Omar. We'll save that. We'll shrink it down, just kind of like that. I think that looks good. Okay. Let's pull up my crazy thing of tabs here. So, and I also need to move myself because I'm taking up the entire monitor. I'll move myself down. Oops. All right. So, for those of you who aren't aware, Ilhan Omar was speaking at a town hall when she was assaulted by this gentleman here. Seems to be very civil from the looks of it. Yeah, let's go ahead and just watch that video with no context. Oops, it's muted.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing. No, we'll go. No, we will continue.
No. Ilhan, you need to go get checked.
No, we will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
You need to go get checked. No, you don't know what he's doing. No. That's whatever it is smells so bad. She needs to go.
Okay, I'm going to pause right there. It looks like the video is 4.5 minutes long, but just from that, we can see that a Fox live stream was occurring of this town hall. We didn't get a good angle from Fox itself as it was live streaming. What happened, the videographer was clearly, with a long town hall, you're just kind of, you place the camera down and you just point it and it goes. You don't really expect to be catching action like that. So we're going to have to look at another angle, probably from elsewhere in the room, to see what clearly happened. But you hear that whoever is kind of there assisting Ilhan Omar talking about the smell of whatever it was that was just sprayed on her. Ilhan Omar herself leaving the camera frame, very upset after the fact, calling whoever that was a fucking asshole. So I think we'll let this play out a little bit longer and we'll see if anything else kind of happens.
That's what they want. Please don't let them know.
It's not about him, Ilhan. It's not about him. It's about your safety. No, he sprayed something on you.
She wants to throw hands. She wants to throw hands with what that dude just did. You can tell.
To go get checked. Yeah, and it smells terrible.
I think one of the predominant things in the front of the mind of this person who is tending to Ilhan Omar is the fact that chemical attacks are quite common in a country like the UK. There have been many stories that have come out previously of victims of acid attacks. It's quite disturbing, both the visuals and the descriptions of the attacks that come out of the UK. If the United States is overwhelmed by stories of shootings, I would say that the UK is overwhelmed with stories of acid attacks. And I think in a situation like this, it is very unheard of in the United States for someone to kind of throw acid on somebody, but I think that's kind of where their mind might be going. Like, did Ilhan Omar just get sprayed with acid? At least that's what I would be kind of thinking the moment that this happened, and to also be smelling something that is abnormal, because clearly it doesn't sound like it was water.
We're gonna keep talking. Just give me 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. I beg you. Please don't let them have the show. 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 Here is the reality that people like this ugly man don't understand.
God damn. You tell him. He's still right there.
We are Minnesota strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us.
That's a very, very brave demonstration of resilience on Ilhan Omar's part. So much has been happening in Minnesota over the last several weeks at this point. And for her to be clearly, there is a perception that she's been attacked. I am not quite familiar yet with what was actually sprayed on her, but there is a perception of, like, this was an attack. And the reason why I call it assault is that assault can be defined as a perception of fear for your own life. It doesn't have to be a genuine threat on your life. If it can be interpreted as genuine fear for your life, that does constitute assault.
Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks. It is important for me to continue to lead my Democratic colleagues in demanding her resignation.
Unfortunately, the video didn't start with kind of really showing me much of what the topic was. I'm wondering if she's referring to Kristi Noem or perhaps Pam Bondi. I think topically that might be who she's referring to, but we'll get context here soon after we watch this.
And like I said, if she does not resign, we are going to introduce articles of impeachment.
I think it has to be one or the other. I'm not sure.
This moment in U.S. history, and particularly in Minnesota, requires all of us to be working together to preserve our democracy. When we say we are going to put our lives on the line for what is our right, we mean that.
She demonstrates it. She demonstrates it in that moment, for sure.
Last week, my Republican colleagues put forth a Homeland Security funding bill that includes $28 billion for ICE and Border Patrol.
Okay, we're going to move on. I think she's just kind of talking about the situation happening in Minnesota and Minneapolis and the Twin Cities. I think she's going to kind of move away from her just having been attacked. So we're going to look at other angles of this. I have both article from the BBC and from the New York Times open. Of course, the New York Times is not going to let me actually read their article, so we'll go to the BBC. All right. From the BBC. Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar was attacked at an event she was hosting on Tuesday when an audience member used a syringe to spray liquid at her, Minneapolis police said. They have a video here, so let's quickly take a look at that and see if it provides us with a different angle.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Yeah, it's you can clearly see the syringe. Oh, thank you, internet. Oh, that's not me. That's the BBC struggling. Oh, they've got multiple angles actually.
I don't know.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
All right. So different angle. Um, is that I've got some comments. Well, hello. Thank you so much for commenting. Colonel Busted. When we say we are going to put our lives on the line, we mean that. What she actually means is the general public will put your lives on the line for me while I sit protected by armed security. I definitely do think that politicians do enjoy a degree of protection that the general public does not. But it's hard to contest that when she immediately said that after having been sprayed with some strange liquid. So that is important to keep in mind. I do think that she genuinely is angry and has the interest of Minnesotans at heart. But it is very fair to throw that criticism, not just to Ilhan Omar, but all elected representatives, because some of them are genuinely cowards and do deserve that kind of public criticism. I appreciate your comment. So we're going to move on to the article. Omar was uninjured and continued to speak. I'm okay. I'm a survivor, so this small agitator isn't going to intimidate me from doing my work. I don't let bullies win. She later wrote on X Twitter. Authorities have not yet identified what the liquid was. That's crazy. When was this article posted? Because it was 2 days ago. So it was probably immediately after the attack happened. I do wonder if it is still the case where the liquid hasn't been identified. Authorities have not yet identified... Anthony James Kazmierskan... Pardon me. Kazmierczak, 55, has been charged with third-degree assault and is being held in custody, the local sheriff's office said. Like I said earlier, this would still constitute assault even if he sprayed her with water, because in that moment there was a genuine perception of a fear for your own life. And if you make someone fear for their own life, that constitutes assault. So we'll see if that charge develops in any way, if it escalates. We'll see. Omar is a fierce critic of President Donald Trump. She was recently targeted by the president's immigration crackdown in Minnesota, during which 2 U.S. citizens have been shot dead. On Tuesday, responding to the second fatal shooting, Trump said his administration was going to de-escalate a little bit. During her speaking event, Omar called for the abolition of immigration and customs enforcement, which is one of the main agencies tasked with carrying out yada, yada, yada. It's often singled out Omar and Patricia. I do want to... I feel like Trump has to have made some kind of public comment at this point. I wonder if he has said anything. We will quickly... Let's see. Trump comment on Ilhan Omar. Because I know he said something about like just calling her fake or something. Like, yeah. Here's the Atlantic. Oh, right. Yeah, I recall him saying that she probably did this as a stunt, which is a criticism that a lot of people throw at Trump himself, because in spite of the fact that the assassination attempt was very like publicly seen and recognized, his ear appears to be perfectly fine, and so a lot of people are like, was your assassination attempt yourself genuine? So it's interesting to me to see him make that accusation. Same with the I've discussed it, I think, before, that he's talked about post-birth abortions, when in the Epstein files there is a genuine description of him having killed a newborn baby. So it's kind of telling that we're seeing him direct comments at people that some would say that he himself has kind of engaged in. Okay, The Atlantic reports that it was a combination of apple cider vinegar and water. I don't think that is Here, let's Google it. Apple cider vinegar mixed with water. AI says it's a common, safe way to consume apple cider vinegar daily. So it doesn't appear to have any like risks or anything like that. What if it hit like your eye? Apple cider vinegar hits eye. 'Cause I feel like that would be the most dangerous thing if apple cider vinegar did anything. Poison control. No, vinegar is not always safe, but that's just vinegar. It might burn your eyes from the looks of it. Severe damage to the eye. Wash out the eye with water for 20 minutes. Yeah, but it didn't look like he was aiming for her eye. He just kind of sprayed it on her. It's still assault, by all means. And if it had gotten in her eye, she would have needed to wash it out from the sound of it. But I think it was just more of a criticism. So, I want to finish the BBC article, so let's do that. Prior to Tuesday's attack, he told an audience in Iowa that immigrants to the U.S. have to show that they can love our country, be proud, not like Ilhan Omar, preaching nationalism to the usual suspects, to the peanut gallery. I don't think about her. I think she's a fraud. Yeah, that was the comment that I recalled. He said this to ABC News on whether he had seen the footage of the incident. And he's like, I don't think about her. Which I don't think is actually true. I think he's just trying to pretend like he doesn't care when he religiously watches Fox News. During Tuesday's event, Omar said Trump's key ally Kristi Noem, whose Department of Homeland Security oversees ICE, should resign or face impeachment over recent events in her state. So that might have been who she was talking about at the town hall, talking about Kristi Noem. This is about Renee Good and then subsequently Alex Pretti. It was after Omar's comments about Noem that she was attacked. Yeah. When back at the lecture, we're going to keep talking, yada yada. I think everything that follows is just kind of what we saw on video. I think it's disgusting that he would do something like that. I'm glad it was simply just a combination of apple cider vinegar and water. We did used to throw tomatoes at politicians, and I feel like spoiled foods and eggs were more common back in the day, and I can definitely see myself being an advocate for certain politicians being fucking egged or tomatoed. So certainly more civil than straight up just assassinating a politician. But yeah, if I recall too, I think he has like leftist kids. What's his name? I don't want to remember this dude's name. What's his name? Anthony James, such and such. I think he has leftist kids, if I recall. Let's look it up. Leftist kids. His two leftist kids. 77 WABC. What is 77 WABC? I mean, 77 WABC. It's a radio station. Licensed to New York, New York. Carrying a conservative talk radio format known as Talk Radio 77. It's a conservative talk radio show. So they're like, are they justifying it? They're like, I mean, his kids are leftists, so he could spray her with shit. Oh, but it doesn't go into anything. Or is it this? Let's see. Left-wing views. New questions are emerging after Ilhan Omar was sprayed with an unidentifiable substance during a Minneapolis town hall. The man charged in the incident, Andy, I thought his name was Anthony, is reported to have family ties to individuals who hold left-wing political views, according to information circulating online. Authorities have not commented on the suspect's political affiliations. The revelation has fueled, etc., though there's no evidence to support such claims. Oh, well, why did you write an article about it then? I was expecting more than this. Oh, well. It doesn't matter, truly. I'd seen some stuff circulating around online. It looked like a picture with his kids, and they had dyed hair, and so I got the impression. I was like, oh, okay, I guess they are leftist, and they hate him, and he hates them, and he's frustrated, so he's going to go spray Ilhan Omar. But that's all conjecture. So, yeah, we won't try to propagate those rumors. No matter the reasoning for him to assault Ilhan Omar, I find it disgusting. I find her remarks immediately after the altercation to be quite brave. To be sprayed by anything that you aren't aware of what that is, and then to like have adrenaline rushing through your body, and to immediately be like, I'm gonna keep speaking. I'm not even gonna check on my own well-being. I'm gonna keep speaking at this lectern. I think that's commendable for sure. We're gonna move on. I want to move on to Alex Pretti. So, if you are not in the know, even though I'm sure most of you are, last week, I want to say, PBS, please. Last week, Alex Pretti, a veterans ICU nurse, was fatally shot and killed by ICE in Minnesota. He had a gun on his person. He was armed, but he had a legal concealed carry license and was fully authorized by the law to carry that. He was filming ICE activity, and they turned on him during an altercation with him and one other person. He ended up shielding the other person in that altercation, and ICE turned on him and started assaulting him, essentially. It became gang violence from ICE. You could see them swinging on him, attacking him, and ultimately, during the altercation, one of the ICE agents would reach in and unlatch the holster for his gun, removing it. And then accidentally that ICE agent would discharge his weapon while everyone else is still scuffling. The people in the scuffle gain the impression that he has fired on them. So two agents both unload their weapons into Alex Pretti, and he tragically lost his life in that moment. New video has come out of a week prior of him apparently having a previous scuffle with federal officers in Minneapolis. So it brings into question if Alex Pretti himself was targeted. We're going to review that video from a week before his death and kind of analyze and see kind of what we think about that. I'm going to change the topic here to new Alex Pretti video. And of course, it doesn't fit there, so I gotta shrink this down and drag it just like that. That doesn't look very good, does it? Oh well, it'll have to do. All right. Unearthed videos show Alex Pretti scuffling with federal officers in Minneapolis days before his death. Did I grab anything else? Yeah, we'll use The Guardian here. They have a... it looks like they have the video. January 13th. Yes, thank you, The Guardian. Oh, well, I want to see him kick the taillight. We're gonna bring this over. Alex Pretti kicks taillight. I want to see the full video. Who is this? 13 Wham, ABC News.
Welcome to the next generation.
Shut up. Shut up. Watch live. Federal workers hold candlelight vigil. We'll come back to PBS's coverage of this.
Us breaking down that new video of anti-ICE demonstrator Alex Pretti.
I don't want your news coverage of this. I want the original video. Yeah, look at, I don't want that. Videos, I suppose.
In newly uncovered video.
God damn it. CBS. Why did I click on you? I gotta look a little closer. The news movement.
This is a moment the news.
Shut the fuck up. AP. Am I going to? We'll try. We'll try the AP.
New footage has emerged.
Never mind. I regret it. I don't need commentators. I'm the commentator. I don't need your guys' commentary. I don't know what RT is. We're gonna look at that one. It's Reddit. Does Reddit have it? Okay. So I don't see Alex at the moment. This is a little bit before the clips I've seen. But yeah, we just kind of see some kind of blockade here from ICE. Blocking off East 36th Street from the looks of it. Looks like a one-way. Oh, it's 19 minutes long. Sorry. I did not realize this was 19 minutes long. You can hear the whistles of the community watch going off, though. Look, quit your job. The community absolutely despises them. I'm just skimming through this because clearly more than half of it is not kind of the video relevant to what we want to see. Oh, is this... This must be a different angle than what I was seeing. Oh yeah, this is a different angle. I mean, I love the fact that... Yeah. Okay, so this This is not the main video I saw. This is a completely different angle. And I'm not surprised to hear that even that altercation from a week before Alex died also had multiple angles itself. Yeah, that's him right there. That's him. So, when does he kick their tail light? Because that's him. He's there. He's front and center. Oh, hell yeah. What the? He's going off. He's running. He's running from over here. What the fuck are you doing here, he says. Oh, yeah. That dude right there was like, I'm not forgetting your face. I'm kidding. I'm not saying he was or was not involved in the murder of Alex Pretti. However, he's a good candidate. God damn. God damn. Oh, yeah. That's the two kicks. I was looking away, but I heard them. Oh, you see it? Oh, it's this car. Okay, and they got scared. They're walking away now. There goes the, yeah, rolling up their windows because there's now chemical gas in the air. Okay, and then I think the rest of the video, no, we can skip ahead a little bit. Screaming. Someone's screaming. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't even seen that angle before. Like, it's not as clear as the original one that I'm still struggling to find right now. But wow. Video shows Alex Pretti. Who is this? Newsmax? I'll try. No, we're not going to try Newsmax. Talking heads. All these talking heads. I don't want the talking heads. TikTok. Let's try TikTok. It's CNN. I don't want CNN's TikTok account. God damn it. Fucking Whoopi Goldberg. Okay, whatever. Do I swallow my pride and do we just wait, who is this? Who is this?
February 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Pretti interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him.
That was a good
Our
kick.
footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m.
That's it. That's all we have. Man, I wish we had more. There's no volume on this? Oh.
Showing a man who appears to be Alex Pretti interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground.
Disgusting that they all decide
During
to
the
just...
altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down before they retreat, and he walks away.
Fucking baller.
The
Alex
man in our
Pretti.
footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Pretti was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband. Here, he continues to stand at the scene. On the day he was killed, the Department of Homeland Security claims Pretti, a 37-year-old ICU nurse, approached officers holding a handgun. That claim has been contradicted by analysis of bystander videos from multiple news investigations,
Yes, because he
which
wasn't.
concluded that Pretti
It's
was
on
holding
video.
a phone, not a gun, when he was pinned to the street. Shortly after the altercation we filmed here on January 13th, federal agents drove away.
Look at all
Soon
that
after
tear
that,
gas.
we left the scene.
All right, cool. Thank you so much for that. I feel like I could have found a better medium besides Instagram, but that was in full. I think that was the original video too. Yeah, I think it always had commentary, because I remember when I first saw it, it had that exact same commentary. So we'll look at PBS's coverage of this. I think of all the news outlets that I trust, PBS is probably most objective, in my opinion. This was reported today, this morning, actually. Unearthed video shows Alex Pretti scuffling with federal officers in Minneapolis days before his death. Alex Pretti was forcibly taken to the ground by federal immigration agents after kicking out the taillight of their vehicle during a Minneapolis protest 11 days before he was shot and killed by Border Patrol officers. Videos that emerged Wednesday show. When did Renee Good die? It was the 3rd, wasn't it? January 3rd? Renee Good. Is it just Good or with it? Oh, it's just without the E. Killing of Renee Good. It was the 7th. It was the 7th. That's crazy. So on the 13th, 6 days, 6 days after Renee Nicole Good's murder, Alex Pretti decided to fucking kick out their taillight. And so I can imagine for all the bystanders who were watching his actions on the 13th, they would definitely be under the impression this is the next guy that's going to be killed. But they were able to deter ICE, DHS, make them drive away. And Alex had the bravery to continue to detest and protest ICE. I don't know, as someone in Phoenix, Arizona, I don't know if that speaks to the bravery of Alex Pretti or if it speaks to the absolute dire situation that is in Minnesota, Minneapolis, and the Twin Cities. I think it might be a combination of both, but yeah. I can only imagine what was kind of going through the minds of the bystanders, knowing that not even a full week before a woman had just been killed. The January 13th scuffle was captured in a pair of videos that show... Okay, so it was two different angles. That show Pretti shouting an expletive. That was several. At the federal officers and struggling with him. His winter coat comes off when he's on the ground, and he either breaks free or the officers let him go, and he scurries away. Don't call it fucking scurry. That man did not scurry. He stood on business. PBS. What the fuck is this scurry nonsense? When he turns his back to the camera, what appears to be a handgun is visible in his waistband. At no point do the videos show Pretti reaching for the gun, and it is unclear whether the federal agents saw it. Oh, I'm sure they saw it. I'm sure they were aware. A person with knowledge of the incident confirmed in the Associated Press that the man in the videos is Pretti and that he had told his family of the confrontation. Have we heard from his family? I myself am not aware. I'd like to know. The person spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss matters sensitive to the family. Oh, I see. They prefer not to speak on it. The new videos immediately rekindled the national debate about the death of Pretti, an intensive care nurse at the Minneapolis VA Medical Center. Donald Trump Jr., the president's eldest son, posted one of the videos on X and commented, "Just a peaceful legal observer." You dog shit, slimy ass motherfucker. The apple does not fall far from the tree in this case, Junior. No comment. This is an hour long, so I don't really want to watch all of it. Okay, I don't need to listen to...
We are stronger than ever. As break us is singers. That is a very difficult act to follow, but I'll do my best. I'm Congressman James Walkinshaw. I represent Virginia's 11th district, and
Virginia.
It is such an honor and so inspiring to be here with you all tonight. You know, Alex Pretti is part of our federal family. Like so many of you, he dedicated his life, his heart, his soul, his talents to serving the American people, to caring for our veterans. He swore an oath to the Constitution and put his loyalty to the Constitution and to the American people above loyalty to any party or any president. Like so many of our federal workers, including those of you who are here.
All right, I don't need to listen to your comments. Yeah. Candlelit vigil from the community. I'm sure his coworkers from the VA were there. Laura says new videos don't excuse shooting. Steve Schleicher, Minneapolis-based attorney representing Pretti's parents, said the earlier altercation in no way justified the officers fatally shooting Pretti on Saturday. No, they don't. Anyone who has that idea that just because... if this whole argument was had with... what's his name? George Floyd. So many people were trying to argue that just because George Floyd may have had a history of criminality, and I'm not going to speak to whatever that may be, it somehow justified his murder. Nothing justifies murder. Period. I feel insane for having to say that or to explain why. Nothing. We have a judicial system within our government so that people can be tried fairly. We provide due process to people in this country so that they can be represented in court and have their day in court. ICE, police, no one gets to be judge, jury, and executioner in America. A week before Alex was gunned down in the street, despite posing no threat to anyone, he was violently assaulted by a group of ICE agents, Schleicher said in a written statement. Nothing that happened a full week before could possibly have justified Alex's killing at the hands of ICE on January 24th. It hasn't even been 5 days. This is how crazy the current news cycle is for me. I previously worked in the news. Our news is happening so quickly that I feel like I'm slow, and I am slow to talking about certain pieces of news, but it hasn't even been a full week. I don't even think... Anyways. HSI is reviewing the new videos and incident. A spokesperson with the department said it's not known if any of the officers involved were also there when Pretti was killed. How the fuck do you not know that? Oh, for PBS. Okay, so sorry. PBS is not aware if the officers involved were with Pretti when he was killed. For a moment there, I interpreted it as Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, were not aware if ICE officers were at the original January 13th incident and the January 24th incident. And that nearly set me off for a moment. Moving on. Last weekend's fatal shooting occurred on a sidewalk next to the street when Pretti had been videotaping immigration officers. In video taken by bystanders, one officer pushes him, then Pretti is taken to the ground, and a half dozen officers try to subdue him. One spots Pretti's weapon, which was licensed to carry, and shouts, "He's got a gun!" Two officers then open fire, and Pretti is killed. Bitches. Trump administration officials quickly reacted, saying Pretti had approached officers with a gun and attacked them. The altercation and shooting was captured in multiple videos and showed Pretti never brandished his gun and didn't assault any officer who was holding his phone when he was shot in the back while on the ground. The new videos from the week prior to the shooting came from two sources. One published by the Minnesota Star Tribune and later obtained by the AP was taken by Max Shapiro, a witness who filmed the interaction. The second was by a crew for the news movement, an online media outlet. I see. Confrontation came amid whistles and shouts. Yes, there were plenty of people there. The community was there in full. Do I need to see the rest of this? Not really. Pretti affirms that he is before turning to other involved in the melee, asking, Are we all okay? Are we all safe? Oh. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I had skipped over so much that I was like, what? I didn't see this part. After Pretti stumbles away, Shapiro, the original person recording the incident, gave Pretti a hug and asked if he was okay. And then Pretti said he was, and then turned to everyone else and asked, are we all okay? Are we all safe? God bless him. Rest in peace. Rest in power, rest in peace, brother. Yeah. No, it's clear that he's been active for a while as someone involved in what's the word I'm looking for? Opposing what is happening in Minnesota and Minneapolis. He's found himself at multiple different scenes opposing ICE agents. All right. I don't think this changes anything. It just demonstrates to me that Alex was a man of conviction who had a deep care and love for his community and his neighbors. He was an ICU nurse for the VA. He is one of the best of us, truly. And it's sad to see him go. And I very much hope that this wakes up the nation to what is happening nationally. We're going to move on. In the vein of discussing ICE activity, there was also a small boy from Minnesota named Liam Conejo Ramos. He is the small boy just above my head who was detained by ICE. Many people were enraged by the fact that a 5-year-old was detained by ICE. Not only that, it's alleged that he was used as some form of bait by ICE agents. The story alleges that he was told to knock on his own door to bait out his parents so that ICE might detain them as well. I believe that his father was also detained at the same time he was, but I don't believe that they are together. I may be mistaken, but we're going to look a little bit deeper into this. I think since I last covered his story, he has been taken to a Texas detention facility for immigrants and migrants, though I'm certain that they are not the only ones in those detention facilities. So yeah, let's look at this follow-up by we're going to look at both of these. Well, there's a lot, actually. How many of these did I grab? Yeah. I grabbed a few different news outlets. So we're going to start with this one by The Guardian. And let me change the topic that we are talking about in the upper right here. So give me just a moment to do that. We are going to talk about Liam Ramos still detained. How does that look? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Representative Joaquin Castro visited Adrian Conejo Arias and his son Liam at an ICE detention facility in Dilley, Texas. An image posted by Representative Joaquin Castro's Twitter account on Wednesday shows him visiting Liam Ramos and his father at the South Texas Family Residential Center in Dilley, Texas. So, no, they do appear to still be together. I guess I was mistaken on that part. He's not looking good, though. He's clearly tired. Joaquin Castro, a Texas Democratic congressman, has visited the 5-year-old boy and his father who were detained last week by federal immigration agents in Minnesota and transferred to a detention facility in Texas, providing an update about the child's health and well-being. In a social media post on Wednesday, Castro said he visited the boy, Liam, and his father. Yes. I demanded his release and told him how much his family, his school, and our country loves him and is praying for him, Castro wrote. The post included a photo of the meeting. Yeah, same image that we just saw. Showing Liam resting in his father's arms. In an Instagram video after the meeting, Castro, who represents Texas's 20th congressional district, said he went to Dilley to visit the boy and his father, to check on their welfare and demand their release, and also check on the 1,100 people who are at Dilley right now. Let's look at the Instagram video.
Castro, congressman for San Antonio, and y'all know that I was going to Dilley today along with Jasmine Crockett, to visit with Liam Ramos and his dad, and also check on their welfare and demand their release, and also check on the 1,100 people who are at Dilley right now. I did have a chance to see Liam. We spent about 30 minutes with he and his dad, and Liam, he wasn't in any kind of emergency or anything physically, but you notice I posted a picture of us together because I know the whole country's been worried about him. His school and his classmates and his principal, his legal team, and his mom have been worried sick about him. I called his mom right away, right after I left Dilley, to let her know that we spoke with her husband and, of course, had a chance to visit with her son. His dad said that he hasn't been himself, that he's been sleeping a lot because he's been depressed and sad. And so Liam actually was not awake during our visit. He was sleeping. But we did let his dad know that his classmates at Valley View Elementary in Minnesota, that that they miss him and that they've kept his space and his desk for him, and they're waiting for him to get back. And his dad said that he's asked about his classmates and wants to get back to his school and with his family and with his community. And so I am concerned about his mental state, and we spoke to many parents throughout our visit. We were there from 11 to 2:30, so a very long inspection of the facility. We met during that time with over 100 people, and probably hundreds of people. There were a lot of parents there who talked about their kids experiencing deep depression, anxiety, people losing weight, both because of the bad food, but also because of their mental state. And with Liam, I very bluntly told the ICE officials there, the Core Civic is the private prison and detention company that runs Dilley. I told everybody very clearly that the country is against what's going on, that Liam needs to be released, that the country demands his release, and that no child that's 5 years old should be in detention like that. And I want you to remember two things as you think about this. With Liam and his family specifically, they were legally allowed to come into the United States because they had applied for asylum. And people always talk about doing it the right way. This family used that CBP One app. That was supposed to be the orderly and efficient way. Instead of rushing the border, they said, okay, do it in an orderly and efficient way. That's what they did. And so they got an appointment that they were supposed to have in February for asylum, and instead They get picked up, and he gets picked up in his cap and his backpack. His dad said that he's been asking about where his cap and his backpack are. So they were legally in the United States, and Donald Trump and his administration and Stephen Miller pulled the rug out from under them. And then secondly, with respect to Dilley, with all of the people in that facility, there are no criminals in Dilley. Donald Trump said this was about arresting illegal criminal aliens. That's his language. There isn't a single criminal over there. Because if you've committed a crime and they detain you with your son or your daughter, you're an adult and you have a family member, a child, they separate you from your child and send the child to what's known as an ORR facility, which is run by Health and Human Services, a totally different facility. So all those people, those 1,100 people over there, they are people who are hardworking people. They're mothers and fathers. They're laborers. They're, people working in grocery stores, just everywhere. There were a lot of people. We asked, hey, how many people came here on the CBP One app?
I didn't realize I could pause an Instagram video. I'm not used to using it on this desktop. I do want to quickly touch on something that he's trying very hard to kind of touch on, and is the fact that it is not illegal to be a fucking immigrant in the United States. We have systems in place in the United States for people to become immigrants. So the notion that like any immigrant that is just being detained in detention camps is an immigrant is insane, because they're not. There are people who are on the path to becoming United States citizens. That doesn't make them an immigrant or a criminal. My apologies. It makes them an immigrant. It doesn't make them a criminal. And to suggest that Liam, as a 5-year-old boy, is a criminal is insane. If you believe that, you are insane. Get yourself checked in. I feel like I live in cuckoo crazy land because of how dramatically out of touch with reality so much of the discourse happening in politics is. Not just from politicians, but from people who engage in this kind of propaganda. And I am glad that he brings that up, because his father, Liam, and his father both are simply just Americans. They may not have citizenship here yet, but this country was at one point called the melting pot of the world. We took great pride in the fact that like American culture was so diverse. But because there are now white supremacists and just people on the right who fear that the idea that white culture is slowly becoming a minority, or perhaps less represented by the population at large, it in their minds justifies the idea that we need to preserve some kind of bloodline and cultural identity for the United States. Not too long ago, when I was a child, our cultural identity was the idea of America being a melting pot for the world. So it saddens me that that ICE exists in the first place, and that we feel the need to deport anyone that essentially at this point is just brown. And I do commend Joaquin Castro here for bringing that up.
And a lot of people raise their hands. They did it the right way. They're not criminals, and yet they're ending up there. There is a 2-month-old baby that's over there. 2-month-old baby that's in there right now. So there were many children just like Liam. And so we demand their release. They talked about all the mental health issues, medical issues.
this, to his point about mental health, these actions will follow those children for the rest of their lives. You could very likely see complications for these young children far into their future, into their adulthoods. They will develop complexities and problems related to their mental health because of these moments. And this will not solve itself overnight either. Many of these children, many people in this country who are facing discrimination right now will continue to see it for a long time. This will not just unfold overnight. We will not either abolish ICE agents or try ICE agents or execute ICE agents. Like, there is no solution, no matter how subtle or extreme, that you can think of that will allow this problem to be solved overnight. Minorities, people of color, and diverse backgrounds will continue to face this kind of stuff for a very long time. And I sound like I'm an idiot, probably, to many people who are of diverse backgrounds right now, and hearing me kind of preach this revelation that is nothing new to them. They've faced it their whole lives and likely will for a very long time. But if we want to try to solve this problem in any meaningful way, we do have to have what sound like very ignorant conversations with one another, in the hopes that one day children like this won't have to, like, children of diverse backgrounds and cultures won't have to go through this. But the unfortunate fact of the reality is that we are living in this moment right now, and these children will suffer the consequences to their mental health far into the future. And the sooner we can address this at the root, which is an ideology of racism and white supremacy, nothing will change.
You know, just the terrible quality of the food and what they're getting fed, the cost to buy things, all of these things, all of these issues. And again, remember, these are people, you know, I think in some of the public's mind, especially people that are very anti-immigrant, they want to think of these people as prisoners, as though they've committed a murder or a robbery or something like that. Those are not criminals. And this immigration issue is not about, it's a civil issue. That's not a crime issue. And they're being treated like prisoners. They're literally being treated like prisoners. People had different problems that they were experiencing. For example, I'll just give you one example. One of the gentlemen said that whenever he has called relatives and talked about the conditions at Dilley, and it's run by CoreCivic, that when he calls and talks to a sibling or something, that their number is then blocked by the company so that they can't call again. He can't call them back.
Bitches.
You know,
pussies.
So, you know, this is a monstrous machine that has been set up, and now it's being fed people who never committed a crime, people who are honest, hardworking people. I mean, you know, you go in there and you see these kids that are, and the parents that are so broken, a lot of them, you know. And I'm a parent. I have 3 kids, and my kids are 12, and my son's turning 10 on February 2nd, and then my daughter's 3.5. And you see these parents trying to be strong for their kids, but you know, the hurt and the pain, and as a parent, those of you that are parents know, you know, you're supposed to be a strong person for your kids, and this system, you know, it's just really just broken a lot of folks. And you know, I was thinking about this.
I mean, look, his name is Joaquin Castro. He, of course, has been a victim of this system himself. He's Latino. And you're having to come face to face with the fact that you yourself are a part of a system, the government, that is propagating this kind of terror. And you have to ask yourself, like, what is my role in here? Am I contributing something of benefit? Am I deterring white supremacists and racists from taking over the government? I'm sure there's a ton of internal conflict. For him, for other Latinos, Native Americans, Black Americans. We just saw Ilhan Omar herself, you know. She's not white. So if you're part of the system looking around, you're like, oh man, am I doing anything of benefit to deter this? I think he clearly cares. So I encourage anyone who's holding public office from a diverse background and culture to try to ignore the white supremacists and the far right and racists. Because this has got to be hard. You can see it.
You know, if all politicians who support this system would walk through these facilities and, you know, not as Republicans or as Democrats, but really as just as a human being and see what the system we have set up does. You know, and specifically to President Trump, the president is somebody that has grandkids himself. And I think some young grandkids, they're kids that are the age of his grandkids that are over there.
To be fair, though, I don't think Donald Trump likes either his kids. I don't think he likes any of his kids. He might like Ivanka a little bit too much, but that's about it. I think Donald Trump only cares about himself. I think Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump. If he were being chased by an angry mob next to Don Jr., he would trip Don Jr. and keep running, assuming that Donald Trump could run.
Basically in this private prison, who can't figure out why they're there, who are depressed, who are crying. A little girl that came up to me who was hugging my leg because she was so short, you know, kept coming up to me and asking me and asking us to help get them out. So I hope that y'all will continue to speak up, that you'll continue to use your voice. This system has to change. And, you know, by all accounts, it's being directed by Stephen Miller. And Stephen Miller has young kids too. And I'm sure he loves his kids. Well, there's kids that are his kids' age over there. And they didn't do anything wrong. And that kind of...
Oh. Lost the audio?
That,
he, like,
that
muted himself.
Malevolence or hatred on the issue of immigration. You're hurting human beings. You're hurting people. And for Stephen Miller, if you're going to be the architect of this inhumane policy, why don't you have the guts to go walk through these places and talk to these people and see what you're doing to human beings that are the age of your kids? You should have the guts to do that.
He doesn't.
If you're going to take responsibility in the White House for this policy, you ought to go walk over there and meet with them and then come out of there. If you come out of it the same way,
Stephen Miller does not give a fuck. That man is the face of evil. If you were to look up in the dictionary, the face of evil, you'd see Benjamin Netanyahu, and then right next to him, Stephen Miller. The moment that man speaks, he spouts nothing but ignorance and hatred. I do not think he would give a fuck. I think if he looked at migrant children, he would like recoil because he can't stand it.
We got a lot of information. We're following up on a lot of people's cases. There were people that are married to American citizens who were there with kids in Dili. There's people with medical issues. There's people that had asylum appointments. People picked up in court like we've seen. You know, I told the ICE folks, I said, you know, it's no wonder that you got a big percentage of the country now that just wants to do away with ICE. Because of what's going on in the streets and because of what's going on over here.
I want to move on. I'm very touched by what he said. I think he has a lot of important things to say, but at the end of the day, he's reiterating just a lot of like what I find to be disgusting with ICE and DHS as a concept, but mostly appealing to the emotions of people who I don't think are going to stop. I think the White House and the Trump administration are primarily motivated by financial gain and internalized racism. And I think he's appealing to their emotions when they simply don't have that capacity for sympathy with people who have melanin in their skin. So I wish him the best in helping out Liam and his father and the other detained people that are currently in Dili. I truly do. Let's see. It sounds, yeah, it looks like this article mostly just kind of goes over what he said in his Instagram video. The Department of Homeland Security has said that ICE was conducting a targeted operation to arrest Liam's father, whom they said was in the country illegally. I thought he had like a legitimate asylum case. Like, that isn't illegally, that's just you all of a sudden disagreeing with the fact that asylum seekers aren't like legitimate, like don't have a legitimate reason to be in the country, when seeking asylum is a legitimate path to ultimately obtaining citizenship. And remain with him. The DHS also claimed that Liam's father, well, yeah, of course a father would request to stay with their child. Claimed that he fled on foot, abandoning his child, and that for the child's safety, one of our ICE officers remained with the child while the others apprehended his father. Yeah. School officials who witnessed the encounter have disputed that account and said that there was an adult who lived in the home who offered to take Liam, but that officials still detained him. Yeah. I really love squinting at the truth. It's my favorite way to read the news. An attorney representing the family has also challenged the DHS's claims, said the father and son had an active asylum case. The attorney shared paperwork showing that they entered the U.S. at a port of entry, meaning an official crossing point. They did not come here illegally. They are not criminals. Okay. Thank you, The Guardian. On that note, kind of related to that, there was some kind of activity happening at Dili. This was written today, but I'm pretty sure that I heard about this like yesterday, about and let me give you my brief understanding of kind of what happened. There were attorneys at Dilley who were actively like helping different people with their kind of detention cases when all of a sudden that they were told to all leave Dilley. And I think I saw a video of an attorney kind of explaining what had just happened, and then the fact that he heard a bunch of children all screaming in unison from the detention facility, Libertad, which is liberty in Spanish. Let's watch this.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Dilley, Texas, 2 protesters were arrested Wednesday as demonstrators rallied outside ICE's South Texas Family Residential Center, where the Trump administration is detaining children, including Liam Ramos, the 5-year-old from Minnesota, who was detained last week after coming home from preschool. Images of Liam went viral after he was picked up while still wearing a Spider-Man backpack and a blue hat with bunny ears. He's being detained with his father. According to the family's lawyer, Liam's father is a legal asylum seeker who's followed proper protocols and has no criminal record. On Wednesday, Texas Democratic Congressmember Joaquin Castro met with Liam and his father. Castro spoke after their meeting.
On the Instagram video. He even did a presser. What did he say?
Liam Ramos should be released immediately.
Yes.
I would first like to describe to you...
But hold on. And just for a moment, okay? The only reason why Liam Ramos in particular is getting so much news coverage is because he was photographed. I personally would amend that any child under the age of 18 should not be detained by ICE or immigration enforcement. They should remain with their legal guardians. If they did not detain his mother, he should stay with his mother. Okay? I don't know why we have fucking camps of children. This has been controversial for years. When we first heard about the fucking kids in cages controversy with the last Trump administration, people were going crazy over that shit. Why are we detaining children? Period.
Our meeting, we met with he and his father for about 30 minutes. How that meeting went. We sat in what was the courtroom. You can see from the picture that I posted that he was lying in his father's arms. His father said that Liam has been very depressed since he's been at Dilley, that he hasn't been eating well. I was concerned with, you see how he appears in that photo with his energy. He seemed lethargic. His father said that Liam has been sleeping a lot, that he's been asking about his family, his mom, and his classmates, and saying that he wants to go be back in school with his classmates. He's asked about his backpack and his cap that he was wearing when they picked him up in Minnesota. I let him know that his school and his community, his family, and our country love him, and we're praying for him.
He just wants his backpack and his hat. He's not even asking about toys. He's like, where's my backpack? My cool fucking Spider-Man backpack. And where's my bomb-ass blue bunny hat? He's 5. That's the shit that kills me. Because I know if I post this, there's going to be some, like, contrarian piece of shit who's like, not all children under the age of 18 deserve to roam the streets for free. Some of them deserve to be detained. And that blows my mind. They're fucking kids. They're children. Why are they detained? And I'm doing that thing now where I'm like appealing to some authority through their emotions, when clearly this administration has no fucking hearts.
Texas Democratic Congressmember Joaquin Castro visited the ICE jail in Dilley just days after hundreds of detained immigrant families held a protest inside demanding the release of Liam and other detained children.
Hold on.
Inside is after hundreds of detained immigrant families held a protest inside demanding the release of Liam and other detained children.
Yeah. That's the crazy thing. Like, even these immigrants are like, okay, you detained us. Don't detain fucking children. Is that what the whole point of this protest was? Because it took me a while to even understand what side of the gate this was on, who this was. These are immigrants who are being detained. From my understanding, I'm fallible. I could be proven wrong. But they're simply protesting, why the fuck are kids in here?
Protesters held signs reading Libertad para los niños, or liberty
for the kids.
The immigration attorney, Eric Lee, was attempting to meet with clients inside Dilley when the protests broke out. He posted this video from just outside.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here. And I've just been ordered to leave the premises.
This is the video that I saw.
And she's yelling at me right now. So I'm outside of the Dilley facility here in South Texas. There's a demonstration of detainees taking place inside right now. We were all asked to leave. There's a drone flying up ahead right now. It's an extremely bizarre situation. You can hear them shouting. Can you hear that?
And it makes me wonder why, because we just saw Liam and his father together, but this kind of video makes me wonder if that was simply for the cameras, and if inside this facility they are being separated, the children and the families, their parents.
They're shouting, "Let us out! Let us out!"
A video from immigration attorney Eric Lee recorded Saturday outside ICE's South Texas family jail in Dilley. He's joining us now from San Antonio, along with Javier Hidalgo, legal director at ICES, an organization that provides legal support for immigrant families in Texas. Eric, let's begin with you. We just saw you outside this jail, the detention center. Can you explain who's inside and also talk about this visit yesterday? You were there as well yesterday, I understand, outside of Joaquin Castro, who's with Liam's dad, and Liam, who's the dad holding Liam. He says he is very depressed and is just laying there.
Well, I represent a family of 6. It's a mother and her 5 children, 2 5-year-old twins who have been there for over 8 months. That's almost a fifth of their young lives. Their last name is El Gamal. There's also a 9-year-old, a 16-year-old, an 18-year-old. The conditions in this facility are abysmal. But I think there's another point to be made about the overall situation, because yes, the Democrats are holding their press conferences. It's a midterm election year. We all know that they do this every time there's some horrific crime perpetrated against immigrants, whether it's family separation in 2018 and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's teary-eyed photo op, and then they go away and nothing changes. Dilley was opened by the Obama administration.
Fucking get him, Eric. God damn. It's valid. I can't decide where to place myself on their overlay. It's a lot. Let me just shrink myself. But he's absolutely right. The Democrats are simply trying to generate some kind of sympathy and act as if, yes, that they are a part of the solution, and after the news cycle is over, they will disappear. He's absolutely being correct. And throwing criticism at Democrats for being just as complacent is absolutely valid. They just passed a a bill. Was it yesterday or today? To boost the funding for ICE, and there were like 7 or 8 Democrats who backed that bill. Fuck yeah, Eric Lee. Fucking get him. Anyone in this Congress, in the White House, if you are not shouting this stuff to the ends of the earth, I mean, you need to do more. You need to do even more. How do we get them out? It's valid.
Administration in 2014. It's been filled up with hundreds of children and their parents. The Biden administration kept it open for 3.5 years of his term. Obviously, Trump is making everything worse. The conditions are deplorable. They're getting worse and worse. But it's very important as this protest movement develops across this country, as the calls for more demonstrations grow and grow, as calls for a general strike grow. The Democratic Party is as equally responsible as Trump for creating the infrastructure of mass family and adult detention in this country, and it is necessary that this protest movement stay 100 miles away from the Democratic Party and develop its orientation to the working class. That's the only way that Dilley is going to be shut down, that the families inside, like my clients, are going to be freed, and that has got to be rule number one with these protests as they develop going forward.
I am not surprised that of all the news outlets that I've seen so far that have hosted Eric Lee, that Democracy Now! Would be the first outlet that I see that he is present on. Because I can't imagine CBS or CNN hosting Eric Lee and him throwing this kind of criticism at Democrats on those outlets.
I'm wondering, Javier Hidalgo, if you can describe the conditions inside as we hear this painful cry of children and parents, let us out, let us out.
Yeah. The conditions are, imagine you were in a jail. And imagine it was a jail that was probably conditions worse than any jail that our criminal justice system would put someone in. Now imagine you're in there with your child, watching your child deteriorate day after day. And it's a jail that no one in there has actually done anything wrong, right? Because no criminals are in immigrant detention. They can't be. They would be in our criminal justice system, right?
What an excellent point. Thank you for bringing it up.
And every day, the guards there are saying, well, if you want this to end, just give up your case, right? And so imagine that condition. Imagine being there with a breastfeeding child under the age of 1, and the water that they give you to mix with formula smells so bad that your child won't take it down, right? That's the type of conditions. Lack of medical care is constant. And let me just say, my context for this, right, is, our organization has been working providing legal services to families in family detention since Obama opened them in 2014 in some form, right? We've been documenting these harms. These harms aren't new. It's almost as it's a tool that just keeps getting recycled and used, but the conditions are just horrific. And it's unimaginable, and you almost have to go and see it. I can describe it in and out, right? Lack of adequate food. We often hear about food with bugs or worms in it, half frozen food being given, guards yelling at parents if their kids are making too much noise or if they're asking for an extra apple. Yesterday when the Congress folks tried to meet, we understood from the clients that we were meeting with that same day, right, that they were pretty much locked in their rooms, except to be escorted to meet with us in legal visitation. And they were locked in their rooms, and the guards just tossed crayons on the floor for the kids to play with to keep them busy. There's no educational resources. What they are given is laughable. And some of the things that are new are a lot of these families, which this hasn't happened all that often, in the recent years that they've used family detention. We're seeing a lot of families that have been here in our communities for a long time, taken into detention centers while they're still trying to process a case. So you're talking about kids who have been going to school understand the difference between a rigorous academic curriculum and they're giving coloring packets, right? And so that's the level of conditions. And despite all the protections that exist, and let me say, there's very few protections that exist. ICE has taken a position that they don't actually apply because they don't want them to anymore. And they're just ignoring them and flattering them. So you have families in there that are in there up towards 100 days, upwards of 100 days, as high as Eric's client, who has been there unimaginable amount of time, right?
So,
and so,
let me
yeah,
ask.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask Eric Lee about this family that. They have been there for many months. What about the Flores decision, where children aren't supposed to be detained longer than 20 days?
I wasn't aware of this this precedent, apparently, that's been established, and the fact that let's listen.
Well, this family has been persecuted by Stephen Miller and Donald Trump and the White House. They are the wife and child of the individual who carried out the attack on a peaceful demonstration in Boulder, Colorado in June. The White House, Twitter, and the fascists who run their Twitter page called for the family to be illegally deported using cynical emojis. A federal judge shut that down, but they have not.
I do want to mention, because he's touching on kind of the fact that the ICE Twitter account and other forms of social, but primarily Twitter, has kind of been engaging in meme culture when related to kind of just discussing the deportation of immigrants and other just non-desirables. Famously, they set a video of them detaining and then deporting people on planes to the Pokemon theme song, and there was a caption saying "Gotta catch 'em all." That drew a lot of controversy, and a lot of people called on Nintendo to say something, and Nintendo, not wanting to rock the boat as they do a dog shit job of doing, essentially allowed the Trump administration and the ICE Twitter account to keep that video up. And again, this happened when they posted similar kinds of videos with Sabrina Carpenter, one of her songs, on in the background, and she did not stand for that shit, very thankfully, and demanded that they take it down, threatening legal action, I believe, and she may be taking legal action against them for that. And that's kind of what Eric is speaking to here. I don't want to cover his name. Let me move myself back to the other side. Just the fact that the ICE Twitter account and other forms of socials are manufacturing consent to deport immigrants and other minorities.
Been released because this government is persecuting them, not for anything that they did, but for something that somebody else did. And in this country, that is not supposed to happen in a democracy. That's what happens in police state dictatorships. That's what Videla did in Argentina. Punish opponents of the perceived opponents of the regime or criminals, et cetera, et cetera. The Flores settlement essentially presents families with a sort of Sophie's choice. What is a 5-year-old supposed to do? They're supposed to agree to leave their mother, especially under conditions where they've essentially just lost their father for all intents and purposes. And that is not a choice that these kids are really going to make. And in my client's situation, given the level of vitriol with which the government has pursued them, they cannot go back to their home country of Egypt. They will be killed or arrested if they go there. One final point I would make about this family: an immigration judge ruled that they are significant flight risk and denied them bond on that basis, citing, among other reasons, a, quote, lack of property and assets. That immigration judge made that ruling independently about each of these children. A 5-year-old child, is in detention in this country because of a lack of property and assets. That's how the immigration system works in this country.
Eric, we're showing the picture of the 5-year-old. What's the 5-year-old's name? It's a drawing of stick figures in a cage.
Oh my God, that's what that is.
I'm not.
I thought that was just like I didn't understand the context behind this image. I thought it was just a shitty drawing. It's been drawn by a 5-year-old, and there's crossbars.
Not going to reveal the children's names, but this is a drawing that the 5-year-old girl gave me in person over the weekend in Dili, and it's expressive of the feelings. She told me that she has nightmares every night where she is being chased by an animal and she cannot get away because she's in a cage. This is a deliberate policy to ruin these children's lives. They will never fully recover.
The 18-year-old child, she's separated from the others?
That's right. Habiba Soliman is her name since she's now turned 18. She turned 8. All of these children had a birthday in this detention center.
That's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy that they've had to celebrate their own birthdays in detention. And when I say the word celebrate, I absolutely don't mean celebrate.
Imagine that wonderful celebration. She has been separated from her family, and not only that, denied visitation rights and denied religious accommodations as a practicing Muslim based on retribution for her decision to speak out to the media last week. That's correct.
I don't understand how they would even give them the opportunity to speak to the media. You're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. If you're going to go full on fucking gathering and snatching up undesirables, why the fuck would you let them speak to the media?
Also being held at Dili, at this immigration jail, is a 7-year-old named Diana Crespo. She and her parents were detained in the parking lot of a hospital in Portland, Oregon, 2 weeks ago. Her parents were trying to get help for the second grader.
Bear in mind that this girl is from Portland, Oregon. And we're going to speak a little bit about ISIS presence in my local state of Phoenix, Arizona. They're present in Arizona in general. But if you thought this shit was just limited to Minneapolis or Minnesota, it very much seems as if that they may abandon their attempts on taking control of Minneapolis and Minnesota at large, and will soon start diversifying and sending ICE agents and DHS to other states. So bear that in mind.
Who had a long-lasting nosebleed, but they never made it inside the hospital. The Oregon Nurses Association condemned what happened, saying, quote, "No parent should ever be forced to weigh their child's health against the risk of detention." Can you describe her situation, Eric, and then Javier to talk about the examples of this? But start with Eric.
I want to move on. This is disgusting. It's terrible that it's happening. This is nothing short. No, let me dial it back. I was about to go off for a second, and I absolutely do. And ICE, DHS, the federal government, the Trump administration, Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, they all fucking deserve criticism. All the criticism that is being thrown their way is merited. I'll leave it at that. I want to say more. I absolutely do. But I'm going to leave it at that for now. Yeah. This is a short summary. Let's quickly look at the short summary, but then there's the transcript below. No, I don't think we need to. They're talking about, again, often hear about food with bugs or worms in it, half-frozen food being given, guards yelling at parents if their kids are making too much noise, or if they're asking for an extra apple. You detained children and expected them not to make noise. Reform is inadequate. It just needs to be shut down. I agree. And there is a growing sentiment amongst the American public and even American leadership that ICE is no longer capable of being reformed and instead should just be abolished. When attorney Eric Lee visited the detention center, he observed immigrant families holding a protest to demand the release of immigrant children. The Democratic Party is as equally responsible for Trump in creating the infrastructure of mass family and adult detention in this country, and it is necessary that this protest movement stay 100 miles away from the Democratic Party and develop its orientation to the working class. I agree. I think that also speaks a little bit to how Democrats are ill-equipped to actually take on the real-world problems that the nation and the world is facing at large right now. Republicans and the conservative flank of politics have nothing but an interest in terrorizing Americans and the minor population, not minor, but like minorities. The fuck? Minorities? What am I saying? Yeah. Oh my god. What the fuck? The two different political parties in America do not actually have the best interest at heart of the American public at large. And I fully believe that we will need to completely overthrow the two-party system and replace them with actual leaders that have an interest in benefiting the lives of the public. Whatever that may be. I don't know what that looks like, but yeah. It's very rotten to the core, I'd say. Move on. We're going to spend only a little bit of time left in this story talking about Liam Ramos, the detention of people being seen in Dilley, perhaps in other detention centers across the country. And then we're going to move on. We're probably going to take a quick break. Yeah. Oh, there's an ad here. I think I saw this already. Oh, Jasmine Crockett, a different representative, went and visited Liam. Everyone's visiting Liam. No one's helping him get out. The fucking ad pauses when I click into a different tab. Let's quickly see what this is. Oh, I forgot that protesters did end up actually going to Dilley and demanding his release.
His father said that Liam has been very depressed since he's been at Dilley, that he hasn't been eating well. His father said that Liam has been sleeping a lot, that he's been asking about his family, his mom, and his classmates.
I've worked with this exact backpack. This backpack allows news photographers to kind of plug their image out, and it goes to the backpack, and the backpack transmits that to a to whatever news station is broadcasting that feed. Okay, cool. Whatever. Well, not whatever. My apologies. That didn't really give us much, but thankfully there are people putting pressure on this facility itself. They've identified it. They know where it's at. this is the correct thing to be doing right now. It's to be targeting specific buildings that people are aware are hosting issues. Not just in this situation with ICE and DHS, but any form of any facility that is truly hosting any issue. There's been a lot of discussion about the potential for like a civil war, and I find the idea of a traditional civil war to be very unlikely, in the fact that the previous American Civil War was a one with very geographic kind of identifiers. It was simply the North versus the South. The situation now, when it comes to the idea of civil war, is one of opposing ideology. And identifying opposing ideologies is a little bit more tricky. But identifying buildings isn't. And I think it's absolutely vital and important that people continue to put pressure on facilities and buildings that are hosting human rights violations like this. So I tip my hat to these brave people who decided to go to a DHS or ICE detention facility. It's very brave. I don't know if I really care to listen to another representative just talking about having met Liam. I do hope it woke her up to what's happening. But beyond that, I don't think I need to hear another one. People magazine has reported that Liam has fallen ill and is not doing great in ICE detention. He's been depressed and sad. Obviously, Representative Castro commented that he's been sad. But I kind of want to read a little bit about the fact that he is ill. Zena Stenvik, the superintendent for Liam's Columbia Heights Public School District, told Huffington Post that she'd spoken to the boy's mother, Erica Ramos, on Tuesday, and it was clear she was incredibly distraught about the situation. I mean, obviously, your fucking kid and husband were taken. Of course she's distraught. Unfortunately, his health is not doing great right now, Stenvik told the outlet. He's been ill. I've been told he has a fever, so I'm very, very concerned about his well-being in that facility. In this picture, he looks ill. Like, good Lord. His skin is like yellow. Obviously, camera white balance, the lighting, the fact that this photo was taken outdoors and this one was taken indoors will affect kind of how he's looking. But even like with a more... if this image was taken outside, the light temperature, the color temperature would be 56K. This looks like it's inside a fucking hospital, so that's going to be more at like 44K. There's clearly a light hitting his face right here. But even then, taking into account a difference in the color temperature, I don't know. He's not looking good, is what I'll say. He's not looking well. The comments came after Liam's mom told Minnesota Public Radio earlier this week that her son and her husband were still being held. The situation of my husband and my son inside the detention center is deeply concerning. Liam is getting sick because the food they receive is not of good quality. He has stomach pain, he's vomiting, he has a fever, and he no longer wants to eat. Joaquin Castro visited Liam and his dad on Wednesday. That was yesterday. he documented his visit on social media, saying in a video message on X that he'd spent around 30 minutes with the father and son, but Liam hadn't been awake at the time. Castro stressed that it wasn't an emergency physically regarding Liam, but said in the clip his dad said that he hasn't been himself. He's been sleeping a lot because he's been depressed and sad. To that point, I will say a huge indicator for depression. Did my camera like fucking fall at some point? I'm so sorry. A huge indicator for depression is excessive sleep. If you are sleeping a lot, you may have depression. It is something to take note of and be concerned about. Saying that Castro spoke on CNN, to CNN on Wednesday, saying that, sorry, I have hiccups, that Liam had been asking about his hat and Spider-Man backpack that he'd been wearing. He keeps asking about that hat and backpack. I think they took that from him. They fucking took it. Not only are they stealing like jewelry off of the people they find, they're stealing Spider-Man backpacks and blue knitted hats because they're like, that's sick as hell. I'm going to give that to my kid who's white and not brown. That's very concerning. I'm very concerned to hear that Liam has fallen ill. I think from this point on, the article probably just gives like a background on just Liam's story as a whole. That's typically what happens with articles. They just kind of devolve into here's the headlines, and then everything else is just going to be like background understanding of kind of like what's happened. One 16-year-old told her he'd gotten 6-7 times in the facility. Yeah, like I covered this myself, I think on like my first stream. The fact that Liam was only one of 4 students in their school district who has been detained by ICE. All right. Okay. We are going to toss this to a quick break. We've been going for 2 hours, but there's still so much to cover and discuss that we're not stopping. We may go for another 2 hours. So if you've been here at all for the first 2 hours of the stream, thank you so much. We're going to take a well-deserved break, and when we come back, we're going to move on to some other topics that I want to get to. So the timer's going to say 10 minutes. The break is not going to be 10 minutes. It'll probably be less than that. I just need to grab some stuff, take care of some things, and we'll be right back. So maybe like 5 minutes or something. All right? Thank you for being here. We'll be right back. Okay. We're back. We are back. Thank you so much for still being with us. Looks like we got some comments while we were gone. I think. Did we? Bananas and Rice Girl arrested. Acid attacks in common in Muslim countries, and the Muslim population of the UK is not a UK problem. We say we're going to put our lives on the line. We mean that. What the actual means is you generate public will put your lives on the line for me while I sit protected by armed security. Am I not getting updates on my YouTube comments? Hold on. Let me update this. Why the heck have I not gotten updates on my YouTube comments? Hold on. Stay just a moment. What the heck? Alright, I'll figure out live comments later. Thank you for commenting. I don't know why I'm not seeing them on my end. I'm clearly seeing them on my overlay, but I'm just not seeing them in the stream chat. The tools I have at my disposal at the moment just kind of aren't what I want them to be. But, oh, here we go. Okay. All right, whatever. Okay, moving on. We still have so much to discuss and talk about. Next up, let me pull up this. Next, I want to talk about the Ecuadorian consulate. I don't know if I spelt that correctly or not. Ecuadorian, I believe. ICE tried to break into the Ecuadorian consulate, and that's fucking nuts, so we'll talk about that. How long do I want to take this? I do want to talk about... maybe it isn't anything new. I've seen this kind of news coverage before, but I've been seeing it circulating more online about just how Palestinians have been having their organs stolen by Israelis and the IDF. And so I kind of want to touch on that a little bit. Having organs stolen. We're going to talk about Erica Kirk, because that seems like it was crazy. And then we'll also talk about Melania Trump's documentary and its performance abroad, because it sounds like it's been doing very poorly. Let me adjust all these. Let me adjust the size of these things, because goodness gracious, that does not look good. Oop. Erica Trump's Trump. Erica Trump's documentary. All right. Yeah, lots to talk about. Bring this down. That's on the good old agenda, so we'll cover that. Thank you for being with me. I know it's been 2.5 hours. It is 9:15 almost MST. So if you're willing to stay with me, I'm happy to have you. So let's go ahead and move on. Let's talk about the Ecuadorian consulate. I'm too big. I'm going to move myself down here. Okay. We just covered Liam. We're going to close these tabs and talk about the Ecuadorian consulate. The BBC published something. I do want to do a Fox News coverage, because Fox News have covered this, and I like to I want to oppose whatever narrative they're pushing. And then also, it looks like The Independent wrote something. So we'll take a look at these like 3 different sources, and that'll be the coverage for this story. Let's look at this video that the BBC clearly has.
Ecuador's government says that a U.S. immigration enforcement agent from ICE tried to enter its consulate building in Minneapolis, but the agent was prevented from entering by consular staff who say they were protecting Ecuadorian citizens inside. Ecuador's government has...
I want to watch the original video first before we look at a talking head talk about it. Is this the same video? What the heck? Come on. Are you shitting me with these ads? Ah! Another one? I just closed that damn thing. The Independent. You're out of control with that. I just rewinded. Jesus.
Mounjaro for adults with type.
What the fuck is happening? Okay, well that tries to figure itself out. I'm gonna adjust the clearly my incorrect current topic. We're actually gonna let this play for a second. How the fuck do I spell Ecuador? Is it like that? Ecuadorian consulate. Okay. Ecuador consulate. Jesus Christ. The Independent, your website fucking sucks. What is this? This is another ad. Ugh! Ruining my stream. What the fuck, dude? We're not watching it here. This isn't working. Okay, it's working. Jesus. Fuck this piece of shit website. Jesus. Fox, what do you got for me?
Trying to eat healthy as a family.
They've got the same shitty video. It won't even go full screen. Don't touch me! You open the door! Wow. Community was right behind them, too. The moment they started being like... Okay, Jesus, fuck. Stop serving me your shit, Fox. Alright. Yeah, the moment that they tried to enter, clearly this representative for the Ecuadorian consulate was like, no, you can't be in here. We are employees of a foreign nation. What the fuck are you doing coming over here? And I loved that the community watch against ICE was right behind them with the fucking whistles. Brilliant. We'll let this one play since we saw the original video.
Ecuador's government says that a U.S. immigration enforcement agent from ICE tried to enter its consulate building in Minneapolis, but the agent was prevented from entering by consular staff who say they were protecting Ecuadorian citizens inside. Ecuador's government has now filed a formal complaint with the U.S. Embassy in Ecuador's capital, Quito. Consular buildings, like consulates or embassies, are considered inviolable. That means that authorities in the country where they are based are not allowed to enter without consent from the head of that consular post. Ecuador's government says that consent was not given in this case in Minneapolis. Video shared by media in Ecuador shows an official saying to the ICE agent, "You're not allowed in here," and the ICE agent responding, "If you touch me, I will grab you." This has caused a bit of a
It's so incompetent. It's so disgustingly incompetent. I'm gonna open this door and do my darndest to drag someone out of the Ecuadorian consulate. We'll see how that goes. The employee, no, you can't. Well, don't touch me. Don't touch me. If you touch me, I'm gonna grab you. Incompetent.
Diplomatic fallout between the current governments in Ecuador and the United States. Ecuador's conservative president Daniel Noboa and US President Donald Trump are allies. They've been working together recently to try and boost cooperation on issues like the economy and also tackling drug trafficking. But Ecuador now wants assurances that this will not happen again.
Again?
Trafficking.
I have to imagine, we are so propagandized. I'm so propagandized. Every American in the United States is super propagandized. I have no idea what the rest of the world collectively is seeing as they are watching the United States have its shit unfold. But I have to imagine, even the BBC, this lady has a hella accent.
Boost cooperation on issues like the economy and also tackling drug trafficking. But Ecuador now wants assurances that this will not happen again.
Why the fuck are they seeking assurances that this won't happen again? You're watching from the inside out. You don't think this is gonna happen again? Why don't you think that? Okay. BBC's coverage was just that alone. Fox, what do you got for me? Let's look at your article. A U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement spokesperson, we won't tell you which one, pushed back Thursday after Ecuador's Ministry of Foreign Affairs described an attempted incursion by an ICE agent at its consulate in Minneapolis this week. I said the caught-on-camera incident happened as agents were targeting an illegal alien convicted of a DUI and previously arrested for sexual assault. I'll tell you just right now, as I zoom in on the text because I'm being inconsiderate. I stands for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. You do not enforce criminal law in any capacity. You are supposed to be monitoring improper paperwork being submitted by people interested in entering the country and detaining people who you have an argument to claim shouldn't be here. You do not handle DUI cases. That is not the purview of ICE. Or arresting criminals, sexual... You get what I'm saying? Just because someone committed a sexual assault, that is not a grounds for ICE to be the body that detains those individuals. The suspect ran into an unmarked building, which was later learned to be the Ecuadorian consulate. Is it unmarked? I sincerely doubt it's unmarked. Let's look, because we have the power of Google at our hands. Ecuadorian consulate, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Fine. That doesn't look like to me like it's unmarked. Let's look at Google Street View. Can we do Google Street View? Not good reviews on the Ecuadorian consulate of Minnesota. That's all right though. I'm not interested in looking at that. I want Google Street View. Google Street View. Go to Street View. I don't give a shit about that. Ecuadorian consulate in Minneapolis. Look it. I'm not the only one who came to fucking Google Street View to look at this. It was the top result. Okay, Street View. How the fuck do I don't use Google Street View often. Oh, here we go. All right. Where are we looking? Is it this? Am I looking at it? Is it that? What is this? This is it. It says Consulate of Ecuador on the fucking sign. Unmarked building, my ass. Not only if you decide not to look up as you're entering the building, you're like, it's above the fucking goddamn doors. It's there. Am I peeking the goddamn mic? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm peeking the mic. There's no argument to be made. This is lazy reporting on Fox's part. The agency accused the consulates. Oh, hold on. Where am I? Suspect ran into an unmarked building, which was later learned to be the Ecuadorian consulate and remains at large. Bullshit. Bullshit. Horse piss. It is marked. Clear as day. The agency accused the consulate staffers of effectively shielding a public safety threat and stated ICE officers never entered the consulate. You open the goddamn door. You definitely open the goddamn door. Like, you can't... I would argue, this is my opinion, okay? I don't think it's a good look for law enforcement, any government body or entity being explicitly told, this is a space that you cannot enter. And I don't think it's a good look for that government body or entity to then say, well, then we're going to walk right up to the edge of that. We're going to peek through the gates or like look through the windows or just open doors just for the fucks of it. We're not inside. I didn't cross the line. Nuh-uh. It's not a good look. It's sure to make it seem like you hella want to. I really want to, but I'm not. The line is right here. Ecuador's Ministry of Foreign Affairs previously said it submitted a note of protest to the U.S. government following the reported incident on Tuesday. On January 27th, ICE officers were conducting a targeted enforcement operation when they positively identified Jorge Michael... I keep anglicizing his goddamn name. George Michael Bravo Ureles. Jorge Miguel Bravo Ureles, a criminal illegal alien from Ecuador who has a conviction for driving while intoxicated in 2022 and previous arrests for sexual assault and assault in 2 separate incidents, an ICE spokesperson told Fox News Digital. If this happened in 2022, you should have addressed it in 2022. Regardless, you are not the body that enforces that shit. When ICE officers approached Bravo Urgeles and identified themselves as law enforcement, the criminal illegal alien fled into a nearby building. You have the goddamn picture right here. Why the fuck did you type out earlier in this article that it was unmarked when the fucking front door is depicted in an image on your fucking article? Jesus. The building housed the consulate, unknown to ICE officers at the time. Of course it was unknown. They can't read. The building housed the consulate of Ecuador. However, the building was not clearly marked as the Ecuadorian consulate. Jesus Christ, Fox. It's right here. You scroll down a few sentences and you see it, right? Like, do we not? I love Fox. You're so goddamn stupid. The ICE officers were focused on arresting the criminal illegal alien. We couldn't be bothered to read. Their own safety and the safety of the public. At no time did the ICE officers enter the we didn't enter it. We just walked up to it and opened the door. Consulate employees protected this public safety threat. Illegal alien. He's still at large. We're so upset. In a post on Twitter, we complained about it. The ministry said immediately consular officials prevented the ICE officer from entering the consular headquarters, thereby guaranteeing the protection of the Ecuadorians who were at the consular headquarters at that time, and activating the emergency protocols issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Human Mobility, according to a translation. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I'm so sorry. that was a representative of the consulate. For a moment, I thought ICE was still fucking bitching. Oh, my apologies. In light of the above, the Chancellor of the Republic immediately presented a note of protest to the United States Embassy in Ecuador to ensure that acts of this nature are not repeated again. I think that's stupid. I think you should absolutely be way more alarmed by this than simply to hope that this doesn't happen again. The Department of Homeland Security and the State Department did not immediately respond Thursday for comment from Fox News Digital. Because of course they didn't. It's fucking crazy. I saw the officers going after two people in the street, and then those people went into the consulate and the officers tried to go in after them. What's interesting about this is I actually haven't heard a single thing about what may or may not be actual people who fled into the consulate. I am genuinely curious about that because I thought this was unprompted. And again, this is Fox News, state propaganda. But if they're posing a claim, it is my journalistic integrity. It is my journalistic duty to see if it's a valid claim. So we'll come back to that. A video of the alleged attempt shows a man inside the facility rushing into the door saying, "This is the consulate of Ecuador. You are not allowed to enter." The employee we heard from earlier. "Relax, I did not enter. If you touch me, I will grab you." Another voice is then heard saying. The man inside the facility then closes the doors. Gregory Meeks, Democrat from New York, said the attempt by ICE agents to force their way into the Ecuadorian consulate represents yet another outrageous and unacceptable disregard for the rule of law by the Trump administration's Department of Homeland Security. Yes, that could put American diplomats' families abroad at risk. All right, yeah. Thank you, Fox. For some reason ew. Get this off. Okay, whatever. I don't know why Fox was one of the top 2 outlets that was reporting on this that I saw. We will... I think we'll move on. We've covered a lot of ICE today. What the heck? Oh, right. I think it's crazy. I think every nation outside of the United States should be having their alarm bells ringing by the fact that ICE DHS even opened the door. If we're going to take Fox's fucking wording of what happened seriously, it should be ringing alarm bells for every country outside of the United States. Giving ICE even the most leeway in this situation, it is insanely alarming. Consulates that are inside the United States representing other nations should benefit from the most security for their employees. Their employees are foreigners employed by other governments, this could amount to an act of war. If something had happened, if any of those people had been fucking detained or attacked, you are attacking foreign nationals on U.S. soil. And that's terrifying. So we'll leave it at that. We've spoken a lot about ICE. The last thing we will talk about today will be about ICE, but we will save that for the very end. Moving on. Let's change the topic to Palestinians having their organs stolen. Palestinians' organs stolen. I seem to recall way back when that the number one group of people having their organs stolen in the world, even historically, is Palestinians. And I believe their organs are being systematically harvested by the IDF. And that's a fucking crazy thing to say, you might say to me. But this isn't like new. Even the AI overview here is telling me about how as late as 2023 this shit has been happening. We're not going to look at the AI because is there a way to turn AI off that I'm not familiar with on Google? I'm very unhappy about the fact that I have to constantly look at their summaries on shit. But I am kind of glad to an extent that the AI is supporting me in this fact. I only kind of clicked on 2 of these things, Middle East Eye and Al Jazeera. I'm sure we could find other reports, but I will say that there are many news outlets that do refuse to talk at all on the Palestinian plight simply because the American mainstream media is heavily invested in Israel taking control of Palestine and whatnot. Let's open this. ABC News seems to have discussed it in 2009. In goddamn 2009. Well, thank you, ABC News, for discussing this in 2009. I really wish you would talk about it now, but yeah, we'll read this first. In 2009, ABC News decided to publish this one thing and then never talking about it again. Let's see what the discussion was in 2009. Jerusalem, December 21st, 2009. A senior Israeli scientist has admitted that in the 1990s, Israel routinely harvested organs from dead bodies without telling families. The revelation came from an interview with Dr. Yehuda Hiss, former head of the country's Abu Kabir Forensic Institute, which was broadcast on Israel's Channel 2 this weekend. We started to harvest corneas. Whatever was done was highly informal. No permission was asked from the family, Hiss said in an interview. According to the program, pathologists at the Abu Kabir Institute also took skin, heart valves, and bones from the bodies of Israeli soldiers, Israel's civilians, and Palestinians. They often did so without seeking the permission of relatives. The Israeli military confirmed the practice took place, but said this activity ended a decade ago and does not happen any longer. Bullshit. The original interview with Hiss was conducted in 2000 by American researcher Nancy Shepard Hughes, who decided to release it because of the controversy surrounding an allegation in a Swedish newspaper that Israel was killing Palestinians for their organs. There's nothing in this weekend's report to substantiate such a claim. Yeah, ABC really dropped the ball on this, huh? Shepard Hughes, professor of anthropology at the University of California at Berkeley, told the Associated Press that Palestinians were, by a long shot, not the only ones affected. She decided to release her interview with Hiss because the symbolism, of taking skin of the population considered to be the enemy is something just in terms of its symbolic weight that has to be reconsidered. The accusation made in Sweden's Aftonbladet newspaper claimed Israel was taking organs from living Palestinians. The story caused a massive diplomatic row, with Israel accusing the paper of anti-Semitism, god damn it, and demanding the Swedes condemn the article. They refused, and the Swedish foreign minister canceled a planned official visit to Israel. Yeah, sounds very similar to what we've seen in recent years. Israel denouncing the whole thing as a form of anti-Semitism, even though, again, none of this has to do with Judaism. It's like, take accountability. Like, address this as if you are simply a body representing a foreign nation, not a body representing a nation of a single ethnicity. Because there are so many demographics of people involved in this story. There are Americans, there's Swedish people, Israelis, Palestinians. Do you or do you not steal from Palestinians? And if the answer is, or not just steal from Palestinians, do you steal their organs from the dead? It's not even accusing, well, no, there is a accusation here of organs being stolen from living Palestinians, but just denounce it in general. Just say, no, neither living or alive or dead people have had their organs stolen from us. You don't have to make it a issue of religion or an issue of ethnicity. Stupid. However, we know this not to be the case. Israel has long stolen organs both from living and dead Palestinians, and more than likely other ethnicities as well. Unfortunately, like, this is the front page of Google. This is the first Google search results for this Google search. ABC News is the only mainstream media news outlet that has covered this, and it occurred in 2009. Let's see. Israeli harvesting organs. Israel harvesting organs. National Institute of Health. Israel is set to outlaw trafficking in human organs. This is from 2007. And again, NBC covered this in 2009. This is from 2016. Fucking Google. I know there has to be a lot more about this making the rounds on the internet right now, because I've been served it. The whole reason I'm talking about this is because I've been seeing it on social media being discussed more. So why in the fuck is Google only serving me old fucking shit?
Harvesting. Human rights monitors and medical experts have condemned the condition of 120 Palestinian bodies handed over by Israel to Gaza.
This was posted October 31st of 2025. And again, I do want to bring up that even this Middle East Eye post and Al Jazeera YouTube video are at the latest being served to me from October of this last year. I don't have anything new from Google.
Reporting clear signs of torture and raising suspicions of organ theft.
علامات التشريح واضحة.
The autopsy marks are clear, but the body is heavily frozen. It needs time. Within 48 hours, we can open these bodies.
لكن الجثة مبردة تبريدا شديدا تحتاج إلى وقت. خلال 48 ساعة نستطيع فتح هذه الجثث. لكن خبرتنا.
That was the general of. I didn't get to read the whole thing, but it was the general of health from Gaza.
مع الاحتلال.
But our experience with the occupation is that all our bodies that came from inside and from the morgue refrigerators, organs were stolen. I'm gonna mute him just for a bit while I read his statement. They would stuff them with cotton and cloth in place of body organs. Jesus, cotton and cloth? So I don't rule out that some bodies had their organs stolen, but we're waiting to be cautious until it is revealed directly. His restraint to be objective is admirable. In 2024, hold on.
In Yunus Hospital, hundreds of bodies were discovered in mass graves. The Gaza government's media office reported that some of these bodies had been decapitated and had their organs removed.
What does the Israeli occupation do with the bodies of the martyrs? The Israeli occupation, in every region it enters, kills and commits mass executions, and then takes these bodies to an unknown area inside the entity and steals their organs, as well as the DNA analysis. In November 2023.
Amid Israel's assault on Gaza, the Euromed Human Rights Monitor raised concerns about potential organ harvesting from deceased Palestinians by Israeli forces, citing bodies being held in mass graves near Gaza hospitals. Those concerns arose due to Israel having a history of holding onto bodies of lifeless Palestinians, and Israel's history admitting to the practice back in the 1990s. In the late 80s until the beginning of 2000s, Israeli pathologist Yehuda Hiss worked at Greenberg Institute of Forensic Medicine. Hiss was eventually dismissed for removing unauthorized organs, bones, and tissues from deceased Israelis, Palestinians, and foreign workers, yet remained the chief pathologist at the institute. In an interview on Channel 12 back in 2009, former co-workers spoke about how skin was removed from the deceased without their family knowing.
את כל העור, אנחנו לוקחים שכבה דקה של העור, בעובי חלקי, והשכבה הזאת, לקחנו מהחלק האחורי של הגוף, כך שאת הקבורה שהמת שוכב על הגב, לא ראו שום דבר.
Sorry, I was reading that without reading it to you. He said essentially, we remove a thin layer of skin specifically from the back so that when the dead are placed into their graves, you can't see that that layer was removed.
Skin removal requires a court warrant and a letter that the family member agrees on the removal. Yet, in a letter, a pathology professor who had worked with Hiss at the facility wrote,
Not in a single case was the family to was there permission to a family regarding the removal of skin. Dr. Hiss received only a reprimand.
The Health Ministry acknowledged the organ harvesting cases, saying it ended in the 1990s. However, more cases of harvesting organs came to light later in the book, quote, On Their Dead Bodies. Israeli doctor Mira Weiss wrote that organs were taken from lifeless Palestinians between 1969 and 2002 and used in medical research at Israeli universities and transplanted into Israeli patients' bodies. Because of religious beliefs, very few Israelis and Jews donate organs, including skin.
It is considered a big skin. It is the biggest in the world, really the biggest. What is the percentage of donations in relation to the people in Israel? Why are you laughing? Yeah, they're talking about percentages of like how big is the industry, and then what is the percentage of people who donate it, and then how much of it is stolen. And they're laughing at that question because it's a very strange question. I can't tell you. It's so small. So the question is not strange. The answer is strange. Jesus.
Organs in Israel and beyond. Israeli patients seeking organs would resort to an organ trafficking network, also called transplant tourism. This network would match Israelis with donors often abroad in need of a kidney transplant. So, is Israel harvesting organs from Palestinians? The evidence is chilling, the history undeniable, and the fact it's almost impossible to prove makes it all the more alarming. Is Israel...
Okay, it's fucking terrifying. I do want to quickly use my VPN to kind of take me outside of the United States, and I know it's probably stupid that I have my location set to inside the United States when I'm trying to talk about foreign foreign issues. So we're going to move our VPN elsewhere. Oh, shit. Hold on. Before I do that, I wonder if that will interrupt my YouTube stream. It might, actually. Maybe it's best not to do that right now. I'll do it on my phone. Here. Give me just a moment as you sit there. Give me just a moment, okay? I'm going to go to my phone. I'm going to set my phone's VPN to outside of the United States. And just do a quick Google search on the same Google search I just did. Israel harvesting organs, okay? And I'm going to see what the Google search results are when I make that Google search result, okay? Israel harvesting organs. Solidarity PS, I think I saw on the front page. I didn't. The National Institute of Health is up here, but again, that's from 2007. YouTube has the same Middle East Eye thing. The Guardian, I think we said, also had a search result here in 2009. Columbia University, it's here. Okay, so I switched it to Canada. May not be a little bit better than the United States. TRT World Research Center is down here. Okay, so essentially the same Google search results. Let's try a different country, perhaps. Ireland. Will Ireland do me wrong? Unfortunately, I just don't want to change my VPN on stream out of fear that it may interrupt the stream. So let's try this one more time. This. Anadolu Ahans. Search result from October 17th, 2025. Gaza authorities accuse Israel of stealing organs from released Palestinians. That's new. Is UN.org here? Let's see. It's not. UN.org has a hit as well. Human rights situation in Palestine and other OATs/Israeli illegal trafficking in organs of Palestinian victims. Written statement submitted by the International Organization for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, a non-governmental organization in special consultative status. The Secretary General has received the following written statement, which is circulated in accordance with Economic and Social Council Resolution 1996/31. This is a little bit too legal speak for me. Oh, it's also from 2010. I thought it was from this year or last year. It's certainly historically an issue. I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest it had happened at one point. Al Jazeera certainly has reported on it. So let's look at this Al Jazeera post. I admit I'm being very hopeful to think that any kind of Western organization would be reporting on something like this.
Khan Yunis. Gathered in a medical tent in Khan Yunis, family members steel themselves. looking to find evidence of their loved ones among the bodies returned by Israel. They are shown pictures of remains, badly decomposed and, according to medics, bearing signs of torture and execution. Israel has handed over 120 Palestinian remains so far. The head of Gaza's health ministry describes what he's seen.
From my first impression, we found signs of torture, executions and handcuffing. We saw evidence of marks left by tank trucks on some of the bodies. Horrifying scenes where some organs were removed and the people left to die.
For the forensic teams in Gaza, the severe lack of equipment and facilities only makes their task more difficult.
It is impossible to identify the bodies using the available primitive methods, as there is no equipment or laboratory to do so. Also, no information has been received.
Many of their laboratories and equipment have been bombed. So, of course, it's difficult.
As there is no equipment or laboratory to do so. Also, no information has been received until now from the Israeli side regarding these bodies.
They don't even care to. Literally, they'll just be like, toss them. Here's 120 bodies. We don't give a fuck what they are, whose they are. You do with it as you please. Here you go.
Managed to identify their loved ones, though they could not recognize them.
Because their bodies are in pieces. They recognize the smallest details of their bodies and say, that mark on his hand would only be on my loved one's hand. That small freckle behind his neck, behind that neck that is not connected to any body, belongs to my loved one. That is the degree and atrocity that these people are having to go through just to identify the bodies of their loved ones.
I came to identify my son, who I lost on October 7th. I looked at the screen. The facial features are not clear due to the torture. We are praying that he had been martyred for the sake of God rather than being in their custody. We identified him through the mole on his nose and the teeth in his jaw.
What did I just fucking say? He has a mole on his nose. That nose right there that is disconnected from any other body happens to have his mole.
Even before October the 7th, 2023, Palestinians have described systemic torture, abuse, beatings and starvation in Israeli jails, and of fellow prisoners dying from that abuse. Hundreds of families in Gaza waiting to find their loved ones are now left to wonder what suffering they endured before the end. Ferdi Akar, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out.
That was a very small report, unfortunately. It's just on the signs of torture that they receive. It's not even on their organs being harvested. That makes me sad that I can't even really speak to organ harvesting happening right now. Necropolitics? Well, I wanted to talk about it a little bit, if not just to shine light on the history of it, because it has happened in the past. But I'd also seen this discourse circulating online recently, and I wanted to touch on it. We're going to move on to our next topic, which is going to concern Erica Kirk leaked audio. Let me go ahead and type this out. Erica Kirk leaked audio. Okay. So for those of you that aren't aware, I haven't heard this audio yet, but it seems to be very telling about the love of a man and his wife. 11 days after Charlie Kirk's passing, Erica Kirk apparently had a Zoom call with other people who are a part of Turning Point USA. They had just held an event in Charlie Kirk's honor, and some really telling audio seemed to be leaked. So we're going to take a listen to it. I think Candace Owens broke this, if I'm not mistaken. Where do we start? Do we start with... yeah, we'll start with this Yahoo News article. So, we'll read it. If you follow Erica Kirk, there's a good chance you've come across the leaked audio making the rounds online. Conservative commentator Candace Owens dropped it on her podcast on January 27th, and it's been everywhere since. Thank you, Yahoo News. The audio features Erica Kirk, widow of Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, speaking to her staff just days after her husband was assassinated. In the recording, Erica sounds, well, pretty upbeat. There's a lot of personality in this text. She's praising the team for pulling off what she calls an event of the century and celebrating merchandise sales 6 days after watching her husband get shot and killed. Oh, it's not 11. Oh, my mistake. I had 11 in my head from our story earlier about Alex Pretti. No, this is 6 days. They are pulling from this tweet from the looks of it. Is this a tweet? Is it? There's only likes and replies. All right, whatever. Candace Owens released leaked audio from Turning Point USA in which Erica that's her middle name? Franz? Weird. I didn't realize that was her middle name. Oop, I didn't mean to click on the tweet. Stop! Erica Kirk is heard giggling and cheerfully discussing attendance figures, merchandise sales, and performative metrics from Charlie Kirk's memorial event just 11 days after his death.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like, it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and stadium, overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have...
Westgate? Was this event held in Arizona? Hold on. Erica Kirk, Westgate? I will say that Arizona is hella Trump country. Like, we're a purple state, but like when Trump would host events, and Charlie Kirk, when they would host events, they pulled money. Hold on. Westgate. It's not in this news article. Erica Kirk, Westgate. BuzzFeed. West. It has to have been Westgate. Westgate is a shopping plaza in Glendale, Arizona. In the valley, it's like on the west part of like what makes up Glendale, Phoenix. You know, Westgate is to the west. I mean, I should be going like that. Yeah. One day, his casket was returned to his home state of Arizona, where he lived with his wife. Oh, I didn't fucking know he's from Arizona. Gross. Yeah, no, that makes sense. If he died and he's from Phoenix, then I can imagine that, yeah, they held a huge event in fucking Arizona. That makes sense. I was not aware. I wasn't aware he's from Phoenix.
Was it 100 million? You guys that heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do and the hard work of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think...
Just to pause briefly, I do think during this event, because I recall this being hosted. I think it did get a lot of people to register to vote Republican. Yeah.
It just keeps like bumping up like crazy, but I just wanted to say a huge thank you to the events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team. It's just phenomenal. Their incredible work leading into the memorial. And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And
grieving the loss of my husband.
Honestly, I know several staff that didn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels, and I'm so grateful for all of you. And obviously a huge thank you to the Mosaic team. VI, you guys are 10 out of 10. Like we have the most incredible team.
The best team.
And
the biggest money makers.
You guys are all a part of that, and I am so thankful. And if you do have a moment and you run into any of those staff members that you know had a role in this, and that they put a lot of their time and effort into it, just say thank you. There's something really special to be seen in moments like this, and it's not easy. I'm speaking from experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys. And so the fact that you just, a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like, if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life into perspective of how short life is and relationships, and God puts people in your life for a reason, and it teaches you a lesson, it teaches them a lesson. So if you are going through a time where, just lay it to rest, and we are moving forward, Turning Point USA 2.0 with Charlie in our hearts, and that's what he would want.
2.0. This is the Erica shirt, the Erica show, baby. Some people were appalled, others defended her. Hold on. There you go. But almost everyone missed something important. Why does Eric? I forgot this is Yahoo News. Yeah. Okay. And it's on video too, from what I can understand.
How cute that is. Sorry, this is a little bit more informal than probably Charlie would be reacting. How sweet. I didn't know they could do that.
Dude, someone in the Zoom call was just like... God damn.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say first and foremost, my heart obviously is broken for you guys as much as it is for our family. You guys lost not only a boss, but someone that you looked up to, someone that you believed in his mission, that you also that you loved. You loved listening to his show. You loved hearing his wisdom on things. I'm sure some of you have also had very personal moments of where you sat down and
had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those. And I want you all to remember those so deeply. I want you to journal about them. I want you to be able to tell your kids about them. I want you to hold those in your heart as why you're still here with the Turning Point USA family, because that's what we want. And like I said to our small group after whatever day that was, and I did the thing on TV, how my days are still rounded Friday. I told the team, I said, Turning Point USA will continue like my husband always wanted, and it'll be bigger than ever. And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble. We're going to work hard because that's what he would want. And
we're going to stay humble, which is why we're going to hold a huge event. We need the production quality to be as high as possible. I'm going to wear... She wore like a gold dress or something. Erica Kirk... memorial service, whatever. Oh no, she didn't wear a dress. She wore this. Let's quickly look at the humility here. Oh, thank you, CBS. Humble. We're being humble. Very humble.
And we're going to just make it grow. And we're going to keep our eyes fixed on heaven. And, you know, like even Stacey said, he's gonna find ways to speak to us. And he's going to speak to you in different ways. Every person's going to be different, but you'll get little moments where you're like, okay, Charlie, I see you. It might be here on campus. It might be in the quiet moments of the night. But he's here, and he's more alive than ever. And he is, he's going to guide us. And we just have to remain humble.
Just remain humble.
But again, what I told the team was...
All right, I don't really have much else to say. Times of India covered this. Where's the video with Candace Owens? Do I care? Do I genuinely care, though? Do I genuinely care about Candace Owens or Erica Kirk? Not particularly. I don't. Yeah, my coverage will stop there. Moving on. So, this is the last segment of our day, of our night. We've been going for 3 hours and 15 minutes now, and it's time to put a close on this. We're going to talk about ICE in Phoenix. Because, again, I am a citizen. I've long been a citizen of Phoenix, Arizona. I've served Arizona myself as a journalist for 8 years. I hope to continue to do so. And I care deeply about my community. I'm Mexican myself. I have Mexican relatives who are much more dark-skinned than I am and are more likely to be targeted by ICE agents. I have neighbors, I have coworkers, I have friends, I have family, I have loved ones who are Latino, and not just Latino, but I also have relatives and family and friends of other ethnicities. It is disgusting what ICE has been doing nationally, especially in Minnesota, Minneapolis, and the Twin Cities. And I fully expect to see their putrid hatred and behaviors spread to other cities. We've already seen that happening here locally in Arizona. And so it's important to me that we cover what's happening locally here in Phoenix. So we're going to start with just this Phoenix New Times article that was written by Morgan Fisher, who I greatly appreciate. Morgan Fisher has covered my own story, and so I fully trust that this is going to be a fantastic article.
We believe you deserve to know what's happening in your community from a local news source you can trust. We're passionate about covering the vital news stories you're looking for,
How do I
while
turn this
also
off?
Celebrating Phoenix's local food, sports, music, and art scenes.
This is
Every
an ad.
day, we send our team out to where you need us most.
I'm gonna turn that off just for a second because I don't need the ad being played on my stream. I will say that the Phoenix New Times is a great local source of news. Definitely recommend them.
This is an automatic reading of the article, Map, where ICE has been seen in Phoenix so far. A Homeland Security Investigations agent stands in a Peoria neighborhood. Morgan Fisher shared this. Tags, immigration when present.
This is robotic as hell. I'm actually not going to play that. I'll read it myself. Shout out Morgan Fisher. the writer of this article. When President Donald Trump took office in January 2025, he promised mass deportations, and immigration and customs enforcement certainly has been busy in Phoenix. During the first year of Trump's second administration, at least 100 ICE sightings in the valley have been publicly reported by community groups. That's just the tip of the iceberg. The actual number is likely much higher. Last year was already a tough year for our district, said Democratic Representative Yasmin Ansari, who represents part of Phoenix and the West Valley. I've met Representative Yasmin Ansari. People were scared to go to work, go to school, to just live their normal lives. A coalition of community groups, including Puente and the Borderlands Resource Initiative, contributes to a community project to collect and disseminate information about ICE sightings to residents. Confirmed sightings are posted to the project's social media accounts, including the Phoenix Rapid Response account on Instagram. I learned something. Oh yeah, look at this. We'll come back to this. The groups have trained 3,000 volunteers to take calls on the group's Migra Watch hotline and confirm an ICE sighting. At the group's last rapid response training on January 14th, more than 500 people showed up. I believe I was at that event. Confirmed sightings are shared so that Valley residents are aware of what's happening in their communities. That might mean that somebody who works in the area is like, oh, I need to be aware of that. I'm glad that I know. I want to stay away from there. Beth Strano, the executive director of Borderlands, told Phoenix New Times in August. But that might also mean that some neighbors are like, I can go down there and I can film and I can offer support. This activity, essentially describing the public activity of police, constitutes protected speech, First Amendment experts say, although some Republicans claim it's obstruction of justice. Over the summer, Warren Peterson, the Republican president of the Arizona Senate and a candidate for Attorney General in 2026, asked federal authorities to investigate Democratic State Senator Annalise Ortiz for reposting one such ICE sighting alert on her Instagram story. That did go viral, I recall. New Times has collected these alerts to plot a map of ICE sightings in the valley since the beginning of Trump's term. It reveals interesting trends about ICE activity, though it represents far from a full data set. Many ICE sightings don't get reported publicly because ICE moves really fast, Strano said. If a call comes into the hotline more than 20 minutes after a sighting, ICE likely isn't in that location anymore. So the project also posts things that are verified and active. Otherwise, it's just going to scare people. Borderlands and other groups keep their own internal map, but they decline to share it with New Times, citing privacy concerns. Thus, what follows is an incomplete snapshot of ICE activity in the Phoenix area. New Times initially posted this story in early August and updated the story again in January as more ICE activity is expected to ramp up in the new year. Sightings are color-coded, with the earliest sightings in light blue and the latest sightings in a red-maroon hue. View an interactive version of the map here. Yeah, we'll do that. Interesting. It's interesting to me that Morgan is updating the map. Is it updating? Yeah. I'm very impressed by Morgan having this map, genuinely. It takes a lot of work to put this kind of stuff. It's even got timestamps as well. She updated this yesterday. If this map is up to date to the moment I'm currently speaking about it, the most recent ICE sighting was yesterday at 9 in the morning. Where was that? There's descriptions. Morgan. ICE activity at Stapley Drive and Southern Avenue, according to Phoenix Rapid Response. Stapley Drive. Hold on. Let's zoom in and then let's like. Nope, not Google Maps. Okay. This is north of the 60. Stapley and Southern. A ranch market. I knew this was going to happen too. I messaged so many people because I'd heard a tip myself that Ranch Market, El Super, and What was the other one? There were three different kinds of places were going to be targeted. So I'm not surprised to see that a ranch market here is there. Let's try the other spot. 59th Avenue and Coulter. 59th is pretty west. Oh yeah, you're getting into like Glendale here. Vallarta Supermarket. Tacarbon Mexican Grill. Banger tacos. Vallarta Supermarket. What about the other one that happened yesterday? This is on Broadway and Gilbert. That's pretty far east? Yeah, that's the Mesa area. Taquitos Jalisco. Los Hibachi, the Mexican-Japanese place. Interesting. What else? Let's go to the latest one that occurred on the 27th, which was 2 days ago. Nothing of note that I see, really. Medical and recreational marijuana. I'm very impressed simply by the fact that Morgan has put this map together. This one that I just randomly clicked on, it looks like Phoenix New Times reported on. There's another one here that looks interesting to me. Oh, it's a line. It's all along here. Chunky, I'm busy, bro. I'm doing the news. Okay. Yeah, so some of these aren't even single pins and locations. Some of them are whole sections of area. Oh, this whole one was mapped out. Phoenix Rapid Response told Guadalupe residents to leave town or stay inside. All of fucking Guadalupe? Are you shitting me? Guadalupe is a very small town, kind of between Phoenix, Tempe. Yeah, it's like just right here. Leave town or stay inside. All of fucking... But this was on June 22nd. So that was last year. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed by Morgan's diligence in documenting all of this. What I want to kind of highlight, since we're here on this map, South Phoenix here, this kind of area, is not as well off. I think you would consider this, I think some would consider this to be the ghetto. It doesn't look like there has been much activity south of the 10, at least as the new year has rolled around. The closest that I seems to have gotten is here on McDowell and 59th Avenue. It looks like it was at a home. There is a home here that is marked as Rubio's Plumbing, so that very well may be a business at home, a plumbing business, and I can see it being Latino. I can see them being Latino just because of their name. Um, the proximity to the I-10 here speaks to kind of like how I'd say like the economic bracket of the people that live in this area, and that's not shame. It's just a matter of like, unfortunately, the demographics that live in this area. I think stuff is cheaper, so families live closer to here. I lived here for a while. It's just kind of the area. However, can we organize these layers by color? It doesn't look like it. If we're kind of looking at the red, there is a portion of it that's just kind of concentrated in this area, more north of the 10, and then dipping a little bit into the downtown Phoenix area. So you're looking more at like Thomas Road, Indian School, Camelback. Indian School and Camelback aren't exactly nice roads either. But I'm surprised how deep into Tempe Mesa I'm seeing. Obviously, ICE's own offices are in downtown Phoenix, so I suppose in that fact you would see a lot more activity in general concentrated maybe in the immediate area north of downtown Phoenix. But what is shocking, maybe not shocking, I guess you could argue that it makes it so that they're not discriminating against certain areas because you have an ICE sighting here on Camelback and Scottsdale Road, straight up in the middle of Scottsdale proper. I'm wondering if this was one of the zips. It is. It's absolutely one of the zips locations. So I guess these geographic outliers may be the 15 zips locations that I've heard were targeted a few days ago. If we zoom in here, this is a Home Depot. There's a Raising Cane's. Doesn't appear to be a Zips. Oh, no, there is a Zips. It was tiny. So that's a Zips. Let's look at all of them. All of these outliers on the fringe of the valley, I think maybe Zips. What is this? This is just a freeway. I don't know what is here. A Circle K? What is this one? This is a Zips. This is a school. It definitely is next to a school. Police department. Waste management. Yeah, I don't know why they would target this area. Let's zoom back out. Let's look at here. Is that Scottsdale Quarter? Scottsdale Quarter. Weston Kierland Resort and Spa with a Zips. This is Bell Road and Central. It's an apartment complex. 2 apartment complexes. 3 apartment complexes. Common Sense Moving. Yeah, I don't see much else, huh? Cali Tacos. Sprouts. So that's not a Zips. I think there is a Zips over here near Arrowhead. Yeah. 59th Avenue and near the 101 Union Hills. Yeah, so I would argue what I just said is kind of invalidated. A good portion of these pings in red on the fringe of the valley are actually Zips locations. We can go into Levine probably and see Zips, right? What is this? Vineyard and 7th Avenue? Yeah, they were just randomly seen here. Doesn't seem to be a Zips. And then we have this last one with a Black Rock coffee bar. Salad and Go, Quick Trip. Yeah, also just kind of pinged on this intersection. So I imagine if the Phoenix rapid response doesn't have a precise address, instead they'll just mark. I mean, Morgan was just marking these intersections instead. Black Bear Diner, big fan of Black Bear Diner. I like this. I'm very happy to see Morgan compiled a map like this. It's very digestible. My hat's off to Morgan. As far as public sightings can show, ICE's operation in Phoenix was slow-moving at first. Sightings were first reported in early February after ICE agents brought an armored truck, a dozen unmarked vehicles, and flashbang grenades to arrest one 61-year-old man in a Sunny Slope neighborhood. Despite the overkill, sightings remained low until late May. Yeah, this is like the history, I suppose. After the holiday slowdown, ICE activity and sightings are picking up again in Phoenix. Phoenix Rapid Response has posted about 6 verified ICE sightings in the last week and a half alone. Immigration activists are prepared for the city to be hit by sweeping immigration enforcement next, which cities like Los Angeles, Charlotte, and Minneapolis have already seen. We expect them to have even a higher presence here very soon. I agree, said Ricardo Reyes, director of the Progressive Veterans Organization Vets Forward. We think that basically what's happening in Minneapolis and Minnesota kind of distracted them from coming over here, but we do think that it's going to be New Orleans and then Phoenix. Interesting. The sightings map shows a smattering of ICE sightings in the East Valley, with most of the activity concentrated in Central Phoenix and the West Valley, particularly in Tolson, Maryland, Glendale, Peoria, and North Phoenix, which have a significant Latino population. Rich and white enclaves like Scottsdale are largely untouched, although worksites in Scottsdale have been targeted. That may explain the Scottsdale sightings we saw, yeah. They're trying to hit these very Latino heavy presence areas where they're just showing up, Reyes said. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. If you jump into Home Depot and there's 6 or 7 guys standing there, day laborers, looking for work and then just running out and grabbing them. But ICE's activity over the last year is only the tip of the iceberg. With the passage of Trump's one big beautiful bill, ICE got a $75 billion boost, which is likely to fundamentally change immigration enforcement across the country and in the Valley. Thank you, Morgan. I'm going to kind of stop reading at that. I will quickly touch on this paragraph, though. The Migra Watch hotline model is based on other rapid response networks around the country, such as the grassroots organization Siembra in North Carolina. By calling 480-506-7437, Valley residents can report a suspected ICE sighting. From there, in an effort to weed out potential unrelated police activity happening across the Valley to verify the sighting, organizers work with the witness by asking a series of questions. Volunteers will make sure the person calling is the witness to the event. If not, the witness must call. That screens out the majority of false reports, Strano said, citing people calling about things they saw on social media that might not even be in Arizona, etc., etc. Okay. My hat's off to Morgan about covering this. I think it's absolutely invaluable to have a community response network like this to prevent any further, not just murder, but violence against, oh my god, my fucking camera. Violence against citizens and even just guests to the United States. Anyways, fucking my camera. On me, dude. Right here. Whatever. Moving on. I will probably bookmark that for later. And then, yeah, as the article depicted, here are alerts going out on the Phoenix Rapids Response Instagram page about the sightings they are seeing. The most recent one was posted 6 hours ago. So yeah, maybe Morgan's map isn't exactly up to date. It does appear to be. There were 2 sightings today. One on 91st Avenue and Olive Ave, which is probably a nicer area. That's not too far from me. And then 10th Street and East Vineyard Road in Phoenix. We're going to take a look at a little bit of Arizona's Families coverage that was streamed 3 days ago. This is the news outlet that I used to work for. I'm kind of to see what they said about the Zips raids that ICE made 3 days ago. Or is this a live stream? Oh, it's not even their coverage. It's just a live stream. Yeah, okay, so they're using the helicopter. It looks like they eventually get another photog on the ground. I have eaten at that Fired Pie in Jimmy John's. I know exactly where that is. The community came out in full to protest, from the looks of it, with a photog on the ground. Let's see if we get anyone on camera to talk about what's happening on the ground.
Whoa.
Oh, Jesus fuck. Stupid ads. I need to get some kind of ad blocker.
From what
outfit in there, you have the camera to worry about.
That's Casey Torres. That's my old coworker, Casey Torres. And they
felony violations of federal law.
Okay.
A criminal investigation into felony violations of federal law. Now that's all that was posted. That's all that we know at this time. And as I mentioned, the post didn't mention Zip specifically. Now from what I was told, there was one more employee inside. I didn't see anybody come out. I didn't see anybody come out in handcuffs. I'm not sure, what happened to that individual. However, there are multiple exits through the back, so we're going to have to check in with this Zips location, with Gilbert PD, to ask if anybody was arrested here today. Because at this point, it's not clear if there was, except, I spoke to the people who came out after being questioned by ICE. So I'm going to toss it back to the anchors at this point.
All right, there's a lot going on out there. Steph, just real quick, the communications officer who's out there, is that a communications officer from Gilbert Police or the U.S. Attorney's Office or from Homeland Security? Do you know who they...
The stream definitely is not doing the best.
From our AZ Family News Shopper, dozens of protesters have started gathering down there, and we're continuing our live team coverage tonight with Casey Torres, live on the ground. Casey.
All right, Casey, what you got?
Hi, yes, we're out here at...
It looks like she's stationed, yeah, right here. I'm actually covering them up. Right there, those three bodies right there look to be where they're stationed at.
The Zips on Central and Osborne. This is a big crowd right here. If we can take a look, there are actually some police officers right now in tactical gear addressing the crowd. A lot of people have their cell phones out as well, trying to record everything. A lot of yelling out here, a lot of high emotions at this moment, but we can see the police are trying to be in the center right now of the crowd, and we see a lot of unidentifiable vehicles here that have the lights as well. So we know this has been going on for a few minutes too. People trying to address what's happening out here. But now we can see that, if you can take a good look at that, there's that officer in full tactical gear right now. Some of them also have their masks on at this moment. So a lot of emotions out here, a lot of chaotic, and it looks, oh, there's a confrontation right now. There seems like there to be a confrontation right now with one of the officers and one of the people here out protesting. It looked like, from what I could see, it looked like one of the officers pushed one of the people there. I'm not sure what started that confrontation. So it is looking like it got a little bit physical here. It looks like this person in the neon green was the person that was pushed right now. So it looks like some of the crowd is backing up, but there was definitely that physical tense moment right now. So this is what we're seeing here in this moment. A lot of people, as you can see, are closing in into the officers. The officers seem to be walking.
Why is the camera getting so fuzzy at times?
Way at this moment, everyone seems to be following them as well. So we'll just keep an eye on this as well as it's developing. And a lot of people, again, with their cell phones out, walking towards them, chanting against the officers, and it looks like they are moving back.
7-year-old ICU nurse who was protesting ICE in Minneapolis.
Okay. So concurrently, while this was happening, I suppose that they were covering the fact that many students in Phoenix, Arizona have walked out of school to protest ICE's presence in Arizona as well.
Well, now Democrats on Capitol Hill are threatening to cut off funding to immigration agencies, and that could lead to another government shutdown. We've got that looming, at the end of this week, right, Dennis?
Yeah, it's fast approaching, and the odds of another shutdown really are rising here tonight. And if you remember, last fall's shutdown went on for a record 43 days. It was enough time that most lawmakers thought twice about doing this again.
I think at this point, let's skip over everything and go back to Casey.
Him about do not have that sound at the moment, but when I was asking him about what happened here and for him to being willing to push back and stand his ground, I asked him if he was worried about being hurt, just as we've seen in other locations. He says that he has thought about that, and he is okay with putting his life at risk. That's what others have said out here as well.
So she's talking about the guy in neon who got pushed. Yeah, I don't think they have much else. I can't imagine that they do.
Maybe a little bit more. So there was a lot of activity here, and as Jared and Nicole have been mentioning, that's what we're working to figure out. Is it the business? Is it the employees? This is HSI agents. We can go to that video now. I'm sorry. So this is the video that we've been covering throughout the course of the evening. So this is what it looked like at this Gilbert Zips this afternoon. My photographer Miguel was able to capture all these moments. Now, just to reiterate again, this is HSI Arizona. Homeland Security investigators in the process of serving search warrants. The attorney for Arizona didn't mention ICE in the release that was posted to X and all other platforms. Now, this was difficult for a lot of people today, obviously with so many questions in the air.
Miguel is very close to these HSI officers. I've worked with the cameras that they're using right now, and that zoom out right there is probably as wide as this camera can go.
Was difficult for a lot of
so literally put yourself in the place of the camera right here. He's very close to these agents.
People today, obviously with so many questions in the air,
you can see him pivoting. He's right here, bordering on where the where cars can drive as he's recording these agents.
She knew what was going on. Employees were running out from the front at one point. One woman came out in tears, and I had approached her immediately, and she said, I was just cooking in the back. I work here. ICE agents came in abruptly. All of them had weapons, is what she was describing to me. She said in that moment, they brought all of us into the dining room and started asking me questions. Here's a little of what she had to say just moments after those, investigators let her go.
I don't know. They just came in, just like nothing. It's like we're looking for someone. We're looking for something. Someone's making fraud or something, whatever. I had no idea I was cooking. And then they just like, you know what? We need everybody out. Like they got everyone out.
I think she's got 4 cameras on her.
Like why do we have to get out? You know, and they were recording and stuff, but they just were rude.
Grand Canyon University.
Fuck off, Grand Canyon University. Jesus. Yeah.
Obviously, as we've mentioned, there are other Zips locations that are going through these similar instances. So this is cleared up. We're going to head to another location and keep you informed as this breaking news continues to develop tonight. For now, live in Gilbert, Stephanie Dupre for Arizona's Family.
Stephanie Dupre. She's new. I think we'll stop there following the ICE raids from 3 days ago. Obviously, the fact that every single Zips in the Valley seem to have been raided is alarming. It's a lot. That is not a small event. It is very largely coordinated. I can only imagine how many ICE agents are now in Phoenix, Arizona. And although that was likely the largest raid that we've seen in Phoenix, I don't think it will be the largest. I think we may see a larger presence just here in Phoenix as time goes on. So hopefully nothing dangerous happens. But what I will say is that Phoenix, Arizona, or just Arizona in general, I think it's Phoenix. I may be mistaken. Let's Google this. My claim that I'm going to make is I believe that Phoenix has the largest instances of gun violence per capita in the country. We can quickly Google that. Gun violence per capita by state. Stats of the states. 18.5. Oh, maybe I'm mistaken. Mississippi and Louisiana sure do be having a lot. Let's do it by city instead of by state. Because I could have swore that I had heard this stat. City dashboard. Gun deaths in big cities. The highest rates of gun homicides are in rural counties. Highest rates of gun violence are in rural counties. That map was really... compare gun homicide across cities. What about per capita? Damn, Phoenix ain't even on the list. Oh, wait, Tucson's here. Is it this? Maybe Tucson. Tucson's here. Not Phoenix. Oh, Glendale. Shout out, Glendale. We're heavily armed. I'd argue that Phoenix is heavily armed. Obviously, it looks as if other cities may have us beat and other states may have us beat. But Chonky, fuck off, dude. I'm busy. 2023 gun homicides. No, it looks like we're doing pretty damn well, actually. Oh, this isn't an order. Census population? It is by population. It's ordered by population. But maybe not by instances, because Phoenix has one of the higher populations, but it looks like we are getting beat out by places with smaller instances. 179. Dallas has us beat. DC has us beat. in 2023, 2024, we had 124 weak numbers. Indianapolis has us beat. Louisville has us beat. But I don't see Minneapolis on here. So it does raise alarm bells. Or not alarm bells, but like it. I am nervous, but I'm also confident in the fact that I think the gun presence for citizens who will be opposing ICE will be larger than probably what we've seen in Minneapolis. But I say that I'm not making a huge claim. Like, I think it's possible. We'll see that. Fox 10, what do you have for me? We're not going to go for much longer. I think we're only going to go for like another 10 minutes or so. Yeah. Fox.
Protests continue today following those raids that happened at Zip Sports Grills just on Monday here in the Valley.
Still, little is known about the charges or any potential arrests, even 24 hours later. Steve Nielsen joins us live in Phoenix with the latest. Steve, this was not ICE, but it was a division that's pretty closely associated with ICE. This goes more after financial crimes, identity theft, etc.
Exactly, and they did say, though, HSI, which handled this investigation, that there were a lot of federal agencies a part of this investigation. So we're still trying to figure out exactly what the agencies involved in this entirely were. There was a rally today in response to all of this. It started at this Zips here, and it led all the way down to the ICE field office down Central Avenue. And as we're saying here, there are still a lot of questions as tensions remain high on exactly what happened here yesterday. Protests erupt again outside of a Phoenix sports bar.
ICE out of Arizona. Can I say it again?
Monday, federal agents raided all 15 Zips and Goldie's sports grills in Phoenix, only saying they're serving search warrants for felony violations of federal law. Both Homeland Security investigations leading the way, which is under the same federal umbrella as ICE. Protesters believe this was an immigration raid.
The reason why I particularly have been to this location is there are a lot of news agencies that kind of are near this this place, and I do recall frequently when I worked for AZ Family, 3TV, CBS 5, I would come here because it's kind of close to downtown Phoenix, and I can also imagine that's why the moment that the press heard that ICE was going after every Zips in the Phoenix metro area, that a lot of news organizations would come to this Zips in particular.
They shouted and chanted outside of Zips, and Tuesday they returned, marching from the Central Avenue location to the ICE Phoenix field office a mile to the south.
Oh, yeah, it's only a mile away.
They're hurting people, they're hurting families, and it's an authoritarian move, and we need to get control of it before we end up like Minnesota.
I'm a born citizen and I'm scared. So I can't imagine those that don't have a legal status, how they must feel.
Our community has been in fear for the last year because of the terror that ICE has caused.
Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari said she'd rather the government shut down than fund ICE after the events in Minnesota.
Are you willing to have a government shutdown over funding?
Republicans are willing to have a government shutdown. They control the government. They need to recognize that ICE just murdered an American citizen, and they need to make changes before they can earn Democratic votes.
In a statement, Governor Katie Hobbs...
Several American citizens. What do you... Maybe she's talking about Alex Pretti.
That ICE just murdered an American citizen, and they need to make changes before they can earn Democratic votes.
I think it's... I do want to emphasize the fact that, like, just because the conversation about Alex Pretti is still in the news cycle doesn't mean that every other person that's been killed by ICE isn't relevant. And also that when the news cycle is no longer shining a light on these murders doesn't mean it should still not be of concern. That's all I'm going to say.
Statement, Governor Katie Hobbs said she's seeking cooperation with the federal government, saying, "I'm incredibly frustrated with the Trump administration's lack of adequate notification when conducting high-profile enforcement activities. It strains law enforcement's ability to coordinate effectively and protect our communities." Back here live, we have reached out to the Department of Homeland Security about this several times. We've been asking them if there were any arrests, if there were, how many people arrested, the charges they're facing, some of the basic questions after a raid like this. They've not provided those answers yet. Reporting live, Steve Nielsen, Fox 10 News.
Well, thank you, Fox. That wasn't entirely piss poor. Yeah. So, truly, the last thing I really want to bring up on this stream is the fact that was stated earlier. There is a community here in Arizona that is actively tracking ICE's activity. That if you are a member of your community here in Arizona, there are resources for you to become involved. I won't promote that myself, but Google exists for a reason. You are able to easily find those. You can easily figure out how to find that information. What I will share is the phone number that you can call if you see ICE in your area, and that is 480-506-7437. If you are a immigrant in Arizona and you have an appointment or a court date, don't go alone. Take a lawyer or someone you can trust who's a permanent resident or a U.S. citizen. Follow puente.az on Instagram. All that good jazz. I'm surprised that this says I'm not followed. Okay, my bad. Yeah, we're going to end it there. I've been going for 4 hours now, pretty much on the dot. Thank you so much for joining me today. We had a lot to discuss. This is probably double the length of a typical stream that I have. Follow me on socials. I have my Twitter account there, and obviously if you're here, you see my YouTube. I'm going to add other forms of social media on the overlay. That way you can follow me everywhere on all my socials wherever I'm at. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Blue Sky, even though I really don't enjoy Blue Sky. I just got on Upscrolled. We'll see how that works out. Hopefully it's better than Twitter and Blue Sky. I'm on TikTok. I likely won't be on TikTok for very long because it's looking like it's going to be more of Larry Ellison's vision of what he wants for taking control of all media. So please be safe. Please take care of yourself. Please take a moment to breathe during this tumultuous news cycle. Invest in your hyperfixations and your mental health. It's worth it. But don't just practice escapism. Keep yourself informed. It's important to stay informed so you can empower your life to make decisions that benefit you and your loved ones. And yeah, thank you so much for joining me. Take care.